were you supposed to that's what they are, that's what they are. Body get changed out to
Yes, good morning and welcome to round number 3, the final round here of the Windward Islands Cricket Board. Western Women's T20 Championship here at St. Vincent, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at Arnos Vale playing field. Another lovely day for cricket. And we have the table toppers, so to speak, playing today. St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada both undefeated so far in the tournament. So one will lose today for sure. And in the second game, we will have St. Lucia versus Dominica, both of whom have not won a game thus far in the tournament, and they would want to at least leave the tournament with a win. Here with me in the commentary box this morning is Mr. Rajiv Roberts. Good morning to you, Rajiv.
Good morning, Mr. Cruikshank. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, I assume that you were well rested after the day off yesterday and you're back here this morning?
Yes, definitely. I'm well rested and ready to go. Looking forward to this game. These games today, I think there will be less pressure on all four teams today. After we had those, well, in particular, that exciting finishing in the second round, that second game of the second round with St. Vincent and Dominica going to the super over. Wow, what a finish that was. And in terms of the playing 11 today, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have Jafina Joseph, Janila Glasgow, Isha Williams, Tracy Byron, Kimon Homer, Arika Hooper, Anika Westfield, Crystal Macmillan, Delita Bentic, Alo Boucher, Chanel Mackey, and for Grenada, Afi Fletcher, Karina Noel, Taylor Dixon, Holly Charles, Delisha Francois, Jada Tyrrell, Cassie Williams, Rachel Williams, Theresa Thomas, Kerisia, Kiresa Pascal, and Shantanek Paul. So seems as if Rajiv, both teams really just giving their bench an opportunity in this last fixture.
Well, it's important to do that, Mr. Cruikshank, because both teams are already into the finals, and the finals will be playing on Friday. So it's important that you give everybody at least a go and to see your bench strength, just in case anybody, get a little injury, a little niggle between now and Friday, so you will at least know what you're about.
Definitely, and here comes the opening pair for Grenada. Skipper Fletcher, who has had a very magnificent tournament with the bat. He's taken a few wickets as well, but really has lit up the tournament with the bat, Rajiv.
Yeah, and she has been definitely leading from example as the skipper and the leader of the group. Opening the innings with Thomas, and they have a very, very good thing going. And it was just for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to make inroads in Grenada's team this morning and see how much they could restrict them for, and as little as possible and as quick as possible, Alanson.
Yes, and Glasgow, the other standout player so far in the tournament, I would say. She'll be opening the bowling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Maki so far for St. Vincent has also had a very good tournament. About to get going. Umpire Jack gives the go-ahead. Short delivery. Pull down to the boundary. Will challenge it, but he wouldn't get all the way to the boundary. Macmillan does the feeling there's a relay throw. And only a single taken. Maybe there was time for two there, because Macmillan, you see there, she relayed it through to Homer. So a bit more alertness there, could have seen them get 2 runs. What's happening here now? Seems like they're calling for the physio.
Well, I was about to say that, Alanson, because only taking a single and that delivery that reached closer to the boundary, it means that there's probably a niggle out there which appeared to be Thomas, right? So hence the reason why they did not push for a second.
Just looking at the push, I don't know if there was a chance that she got struck somewhere in the helmet, but I don't think so. Based on what I remember from the shot, to the physio for the Windward Islands team is out there with her now. Let's just have a look at the replay. Oh yes, she was struck in the helmet. And so they may be doing a concussion test, a concussion protocol. She should be okay, I think. It wasn't the most fearsome delivery in terms of pace.
Yeah.
And it was just the grill, not the grill, the visor,
The visor.
that got struck. She should be okay. But we have to do the precautions. Yes.
That's what we have on hand here today. Both teams, St. Lucia will be coming up against Dominica in our second encounter at 2 p.m. later on today. And they also will be back here on Friday morning for the third and fourth place playoff. As well as St. Vincent and Grenada will be playing at 2 p.m. into the finals on a Friday.
Fletcher now will be taking strike for the first time. So, a glancing blow there from Thomas. All seems well. She has passed the concussion test. Fletcher is off the mark. Punching just in front of square on the offside. Time for 2. Bit of indecision as to who will field that ball between Bentic and Hooper. Interesting field to Fletcher as well. You know, she has 5 on the leg side. Only 4 persons on the off. I suspect that means that they will be bowling as straight to her as possible. They don't want to give her arms. At free swing of the bat outside the off stump. And that's pulled away. Nobody is stopping that one. Short delivery. Pulled for 4. Just in front of square. She was only onto that one.
What I can say to you is that Fletcher is definitely in the form of her life. And this is actually her second delivery she's facing up to. And she have whipped that way. So Grenada is definitely having a move on here this morning in the force over there 7 without loss.
Another single. So good intelligent cricket. Keeping the strike rotating, no dot deliveries. After that 4 taking a single. And what we are seeing here from Fletcher, I actually admire this a lot because when you're a senior player at this level, you have already played for the West Indies for many years. You have played for Windwards. You're coming down now at a tournament that's below those 2. And you could see she's still putting in a lot of work to improve her game, even at this stage of her career.
Which is definitely very good for her and the team of Grenada as well. And that is bold. That inward movement that we have been talking about for the past 2 days, Alanson, that you're going to keep the ball wicket to wicket, and that was just outside, right outside after, as you see the replay here now, and touching down with a bit coming back, taking the off stump. And that's a force wicket down for Grenada.
Yeah, that's a top delivery there from Glasgow. Just pitching around off stump, holding its line, not continuing to go away with the angle. Thomas was looking for it to continue to go away, looking to force it through the offside, but found that gap between bat and pad. She wasn't in the best position either to play that delivery. May have still been a little bit jaded from that blow on the helmet that she received earlier in the over. But a very good wicket there for Janelia Glasgow. As it brings Cassie Williams now to the crease.
It is important for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to able to pick up wickets within the power play. Because we know how destructive Grenada can be at any given stage of the game. what I would love to see for Grenada, Alan, is that they bat deep as well. And, because these two teams, as we said, rightfully said, that they will be back here on Friday for the finals. That's another good delivery. Big single taken. Opportunity for two, and they decide against it.
Yeah, I'm noticing something there in the feeling. It's been the second occasion now that Macmillan has fielded the ball, and she's using the relay throw. So that's something probably the Grenadian batters can be mindful of. That she doesn't have a strong return. She's using her teammates to get the ball in. That might be a potential for an extra run here and there. As the over comes to an end, it's 9-1 after the first over. Grenada women versus St. Vincent women. Grenada women, they were inserted by St. Vincent women, and that's how things stand at the moment.
Over number 2 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be bowled by Tracy Byron. She'll be bowling from the Beckway end. We'll be bowling to Cassie Williams of Grenada. Gonna say good morning to the folks in Grenada. I think you still have time to book your flights and come over on Friday to support your girls as they're here represented Grenada in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the women's T20 championship.
Yes, many ways to get here from Grenada. You could also take the scenic route, coming up the islands via a boat. It'll take you a lot longer, but at this time of year, probably not the best thing to do because it's a lot rougher, the sea conditions, as Byron comes in now. Out appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire. Oh, and there's another appeal. Not out, says umpire Abbott, but there's another appeal at the... I think that one may have been for a run out, as she just wandered off just a little bit, but she was safely back in her crease. But some excitement there, but Byron getting that ball to jog back to the left-hander, as we could see here from the replay. Just probably pitching outside leg stump. Close call. And now they have gotten her. Now they have gotten her. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines making all the inroads here. Byron on the money. Again, another delivery around the top of middle and off stump. So better length that we have seen here so far from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also a better line. We haven't seen any extras from them just yet. Saw a lot of extras yesterday. A lot of wides. But look at this delivery. Again on the top of middle and off, just jogging back. So almost a carbon copy of the dismissal of Thomas in the previous over.
Happy to see that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is doing well within the power play. And picking up 2 scalps so far in over number 2. And one goes to the vice captain, Janelia Glasgow, and the second wicket to Tracy Byron. I think they had a conversation because they both are from the windward side of the island. So I think they have a conversation about who is going to pick up more wicket today against Grenada. Because normally, Alan, so what I could say to you, in my playing time on any given day, we have this kind of challenge in our team where I challenge another bowler and I say, we're going to pick up 4 or 5, and I know you're not going to get more than that.
It's healthy rivalry. Once it's done in good spirits, we also know that it's done sometimes at the international level. We are told on accounts from both Waka Yunis and Wazim Akram that they used to have a healthy competition to see who would get the most wickets. To fire them up to see who will outdo the other. And it was to good effect for Pakistan. They both took hundreds of international wickets. As Karina Noel replaces Williams at the crease. It's captain and vice captain now. I think this is the key partnership here for Grenada. If St. Vincent and the Grenadines women have to take a few more wickets here, especially these two, then they will be over the moon for sure. Well played. And off the mark. Saw the difference in technique there immediately from Noel as she faced up to that delivery. She was back and across. Bat was a lot closer to her body as opposed to what we saw from the 2 dismissals so far. She didn't really leave that big gate for the ball to come back and disturb the wicket. Another good delivery, but it's run down to the third position. Time for 2. Relay throw doesn't come off as they would have anticipated. So comfortable 2 in the end. As we mentioned so far, the line and length from both bowlers have been immaculate.
Grenada definitely have to bat deep and bat it and to able to post a decent score to challenge St.Vincent and the Grenadines, and I know they have the capability of doing that. With the likes of Afi Fletcher still at the wicket, I'm more certain than not that they will get to 140, 150.
Again, played almost in an identical fashion. Don't think they will challenge the arm of Glasgow. So keeps it down to 1. Yeah, I also noticed that they moved the fielder from short third into short fine after that first delivery. There was no one behind square on the onside. Huge gap was there for the right-handed Fletcher. Ooh, that's fishing outside the off stump there. Good channel being maintained here by Byron as she brings the second over to a close. Grenada women, they're 14 for 2. Afi Fletcher is on 10 off 5. Karina Noel is on 2 off 2. And both Byron and Glasgow have taken a wicket in their first overs.
Happy to see this as well from St. Vincent and the Grenadines because they know what's ahead of them coming on a Friday. So the focus here is to channel the ball in the right, especially in the right angles. You pick the angles, you set your field properly, and you know what you can do. So it's getting into Grenada's head and see what Grenada can come up with on Friday. But Friday, Alanson, is definitely a different story because both teams, as we say, they are already in the finals. They're going to be back here. And I know Grenada will definitely want to have their hand of winning this championship. So do St. Vincent.
Agreed. Glasgow to continue. Driven straight to mid-off and it's dropped. Oh my word. The fielder looks like Williams. Coming across there at mid-off was a simple chance. And that was a big wicket. That would have been the big wicket of Afi Fletcher. Look at the delivery. Just a bit of curve away from the batter. A little outswing. Oh, and the hands were hard. How much will that cost St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
So they left to be seen. I've seen this against Dominica when they dropped her early and then she came back to make 100 add. And this could be another chance. Would it be taken? No.
Much better effort there from Mackie. Not more difficult chance. Probably in the end he could have said that she probably could have taken a dive towards it. But again, that outward movement from Glasgow causing a few issues. Yeah, probably could have dived. She did get there, made the ground towards it. Went with one hand as well. Probably could have gone with 2. So 2 chances in consecutive deliveries of Afi Fletcher. Wow. Brings Noel back into strike. Again, that inward movement, an inside edge. But bowling beautifully here today is Glasgow. Really looking the part, looking as if she is a bowler from higher levels, which is what you should be seeing here from West Indies seamer, West Indies all-rounder.
Definitely, we'll be saying good morning to the viewers in St. Vincent, those in Grenada, Dominica, and St. Lucia, and the region on a whole, wherever this broadcast is being carried. Beautiful delivery back into the batsman of Noel. And as you said, Alanson, Glasgow is definitely bowling well here this morning, so far.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing from her is that she's maintaining a very good line and length, and she's getting that little away movement to the right hand or inward movement to the left hand that you usually get from her. But I don't think she's experimenting as much as she has done at some stages in some of the previous games.
Oh, okay.
And single. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Leg by, yes, leg by signal by umpire Jack. Takes the score up now to 15 for 2 in the third over.
Afi back on strike here. Not so comfortable against Glasgow. As far as we've seen her previous deliveries.
I think that little away movement is giving her a bit of trouble. Again, looking to go over the top. Should bounce away to the boundary for 4, but really the outside edge. Again, that away movement causing a bit of trouble here for Fletcher, but she will be happy with the boundary nonetheless. She will take them as they come. It's a 2020 game. But very good bowling there from Glasgow.
Yeah, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have definitely been disciplined this morning in terms of the line and length that they are bowling. No extra so far in the 3 overs, which is really good. And as we see so far, the projected score here is 127, but I know Grenada will definitely be looking for a lot more than that.
Yes, and if Fletcher stays, they will get more than that. He bats to the end. It's likely that they would get a lot more. Now, if you were the skipper here, what would you do? If Fletcher is still batting at the end of this over, will you give Glasgow a third, trying to dismiss her before she goes too deep into the innings?
Yeah, I would definitely give Glasgow a third because she has been the one who is troubling Fletcher. But knowing the kind of player Fletcher is, she will definitely try to get her all the single and get off strike because she knows the intention of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Indecision with the running. Really played straight to point. Should not be a run. Both players starting and then stopping. Yeah, I do agree with you. If I were the skipper, I would give Glasgow another over to Fletcher. She's still there at the end of the over. It's about the gamble. Byron continues. It's cut away nicely. Will go to the boundary for 4. Right through the hands of the point fielder, Arika Hooper. She'll be very disappointed with that. Really giving away 4 runs. As that was struck firmly, yes, but straight to her and she should have stopped it.
You say the power play is important for both teams, and so far it's 50-50 with the power play. Even St. Vincent and the Grenadines have picked up 2 wickets, Alanson, and Grenada woman is now on 23 for the loss of 2 in over number 4.
Yeah, what we will say about that delivery is that it wasn't very short, it wasn't very wide. She was able to get that away from the 4th stump. A single taken here. Good running by the pair at the crease. Basically, as the shot was played, they were off for the single immediately. But no hesitation whatsoever. 24 for 2 after 3.3 overs. Grenada women, after being insulted by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who won the toss. I think to counter the away movement, what Afi needs to do is to try to go over the offside if she is going to hit the ball. Well, that's a full toss. It wouldn't really matter which movement there is. And that's one bounce over the boundary for 4 in the mid-wicket region.
As I said earlier, in the form that Afi is in, you cannot be bowling no sitters, no full toss for her, because she's definitely going to dispatch it. And she know that she don't have to run within the wicket once she get those kind of deliveries solved up to her.
She has to go back to that line and length outside the off stump. She has been bowling predominantly to left-handers so far in the innings, Byron. A lot of Afi's deliveries have come against Janelia Glasgow. So Byron needs to make that adjustment quickly to her line and definitely pull back that length. Deep mid-wicket now out on the boundary. He should do the fielding. 2 runs taken very comfortably. I'm looking at the line now of Byron. I think she's a bit too straight. Challenges stump, yes, but I think she's still challenging more midland leg as opposed to the off stump.
Well, Alonso, she have just brought in this sweeper, and hence the reason I think there's a reason why she's bowling that straight line. And there we go again. This one is up in the air, could be caught, and the fielder have no intention of catching that ball, and it just one bounce over the rope. When you should be running around, you're running in to run back. That really don't make any sense to me, but that's Hooper, and that's the end of over number 4. The score at 34 for the loss of 2 wickets. Batting is Afi Fletcher, Karina Noel on 6, Afi on 25 from 11.
I think given the nature of the batting lineup, you know that these two, along with I think Holly Charles to come, these are the dangerous batters that are left for Grenada. And so it is worthwhile making your best effort in the power play to dismiss the good batters, as opposed to trying to keep them quiet, because even if it costs you maybe an extra 5-10 runs here or there, because at the back end they will do a lot of damage, and in the middle overs to your lesser bowlers. That's what you have to bear in mind, because there's a big drop-off, as we have seen from some of the teams, between the opening bowlers and some of the other bowlers on the side. Glasgow, given that other over as we mentioned before. Noel is on strike. So the fact that Noel was on strike didn't really influence the skipper. May have caused another skipper to say, probably, let me hold it back one more time again and see if the next over she will be off strike. But we could understand the reasoning behind continuing with Glasgow at this stage. That's another delivery again. This time, instead of the inward movement, a bit of movement away from Noel. So she is able to get the ball just to nibble in both directions. Bowler delivery not timed. Looking to drive it down the ground was Noel. Going off the inner portion of the bat. Fletcher again is away to a brisk start. 25 off 11. Almost like a cat on a hot tin roof.
Well, we definitely know the damage that she can do, hence the reason why St. Vincent missed an opportunity of getting her a wicket, and that's a quick single. Collapse in the middle, and between the bowler and Afi Fletcher, they are not, well, the umpire have signaled dead ball, and that's very good sportsmanship.
Yes, it must mean that the skipper, although they effected the run out, it must mean that the skipper, recalled that and didn't really ask the umpire to execute the dismissal. All right, so we saw the clap from the skipper, Joseph. She just gave a little applause and they would continue because of that collision between Noel and Glasgow. I mean, they are also Windward Island's teammates, Noel and Glasgow. So, no bad blood really between the teams. But that is good to see. Good sports, womanship. Not a good delivery. I think Noel probably is saying to herself, let me just play out this over.
While Afi is definitely eager to get on strike. Noel probably think differently because I guess she know the plan and she know what is happening here, and we're still within the power play. Grenada is just on a 34 for 2 in over number 5.
Yeah, I think Noel is probably saying, even if we get to 40 in the power play and we don't get to 50, but Afi is still here and I'm still here, then we'll be better off. Oh, what? Oh. Another quick delivery there. Short. Was very uncomfortable playing that one, was Noel. It was on to her in a flash. That's the thing about Glasgow as well. She seems sometimes to be holding and bowling within herself. But when she goes short, she puts a lot of effort into the shorter delivery. That one was maybe a yard or two quicker than the other deliveries that she has been bowling.
Very, very good delivery from Glasgow there.
Ooh! How did that miss the off stump? Wonderful bowling. Just went over the top, and that's the end of over number 5. And Noel will probably breathe a sigh of relief now and saying, well, job finished. As Grenada women, they are 34 for 2. Glasgow having bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14. Byron has also taken a wicket. Seems as if Byron will continue with 1 more over. They're really looking to see if they could get out this pair, because they're thinking to themselves, well, if they bat most of these 20 overs, then we will be looking down the barrel, staring down at a big score.
While Grenada is doing that, St. Vincent is thinking different. So they are still searching for the wicket of Afi Fletcher or even Noel here. And getting either of the batters there in the power play, it will mean that St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have won the power play for me, Alanson.
I think if they get rid of Fletcher, who has already given them 2 chances, consecutive deliveries, really could have taken advantage of those 2. That's a wonderful shot. You're not going to chase that one down. Just using the pace of Byron. Byron just a little too short outside the off stump on that occasion. The line was good, but the length was too short. And Fletcher, there's no one down on the 3rd man boundary. And she just opened the face, used the pace, and guided it down expertly.
As we call that back in our time of playing, we call it death touch.
Shot that you used to see a lot from Carl Llewellyn Hooper. All of us who grew up watching a lot of cricket in the 90s and probably late 80s. I've seen that a lot.
What I would love to see Byron do here is bowl more into Fletcher's pad than giving her that width that she really and truly loves.
That one is pulled ferociously, but Glasgow should cut it off. I think that line was a better line a while ago, but the length was still too short. So just there or thereabout. It's close enough that it's not giving her the width, but it's not straight where, she's very strong over the onside, strong on the pull, and she picks up the ball over the leg side quite nicely as well, the fuller ball. So you don't really want to go too much on her pads, but at the same time, you don't want to give her too much room. So there's a fine balance, a thin balance between what you want to execute against a player who has a wide array of shots. But it's a good loading curve as well for Byron. Young seam bowler, talented, works hard on the game. It's good to see her being challenged now to bowl against some players from the higher level. So I'm just coming back in again. That inward movement that she has been getting, but inside edge not making contact with the stump. 2 runs to Noel.
Also happy to see that we have 2 female umpires out there of Maria Abbott and former West Indies player Carla Jack.
Jack, you remember when she was playing for West Indies? Hit the ball ferociously hard. Remember those games? That time you also had Janelle Graves. So St. Vincent had two very good players on the West Indies team at that time. Not a good single here. This one was very good cricket. She just played with soft hands into the offside and she was off. And the response was good from the skipper. So at the end of 6 overs, Grenada women, they are now 42 for 2. Afi Fletcher is on 30 off 14. And her vice captain or lieutenant, Karina Noel, is on 9 off 17. And that's the end of the first power play. See the projected score is saying about 140. So it's going up slightly. You want to hazard a guess as to how many they might get to in this innings at this stage, Rajiv?
Well, with Afi there, and she's batted outside of the power play now, where they feel will definitely spread a little bit more. And still at the crease with her is Noel. I'm looking still at 145, 150. But knowing the type of player Afi is, she definitely wants more to try to bat St. Vincent and the Grenadines out of the game.
It will be interesting though, today for sure. As Maki comes on to bowl. Bowled very well in the first game. It was more difficult for her in the second game, but he still ended up taking the scalps. So medium pace, slow medium. It's short delivery. No one at square leg. Would have been an easy catch for the fielder at square leg. Probably just to track back a couple paces. Brings Afi now into strike. You have to be very careful with that length. That one was very short, and she would not want to be bowling those to Afi.
Well, I was just about to say, bowling to Afi, I think she just needs to bowl a bit more fuller to Afi than she just did to Noel.
Yeah, fuller deliveries. See what movement you can get from the pitch and in the air, because of course that's always there for you at Arnos. There's always some movement because of the wind. She usually gets the ball to come back in as well to the right-hander. So aim for that top of off. That type of length and line. Four out, which is the maximum they could have outside the circle in the power play. Well, after the power play. And that's out. Mistimed by Fletcher. Again, you saw that inward movement and that cramped her for room. And just sticking out the big arm was Mackie. And that's the end of Fletcher. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines women, they are over the moon with that dismissal.
Well, what I could say to you, Alanson, here is that she had the opportunity on Tuesday against that's on Monday, against Dominica. And she missed her that opportunity, and she corrected it in this game. And against one of the bright sparks of this tournament of Afi Fletcher.
It's very good. I think Maki, if you look at that delivery, it's just coming a little bit in, just drifting in. And I think in the end, if you look at where that hit Fletcher, it's a bit of an extra bounce as well. Maki is a very tall bowler. And you saw there that it just cramped off a room, but it also just had this little bit of extra bounce. And that was able to cause a miscued pull shot. And a very, very massive wicket there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines women. It brings Delisha Francois to the wicket. It was the first delivery Afi was facing. Probably you could have said that she could have had a look for maybe a couple more against Maki to see what she was doing and what she was getting from the pitch.
Well, I believe it's because of the slowness of Maki. She think that she could have whopped that one down the ground, as I was pointing out before, because the long on and the long off is a bit wide. So there is a vacant gap. But with the power that Afi have, she thought that she could have taken that straight down the ground. But unfortunately, Maki gets in the way of that and take a very, very good one-handed catch.
Well, I think what they have to be mindful of as well, because we saw the toppage from Karina Noel on the previous delivery, is that Maki is quite tall, so she does get extra bounce. Even if she's not bowling quickly, she does get that bounce. Again, a bit of extra bounce outside the off stump, going over the top of that shot attempted there by Francois. She's one of the tallest players in the competition, Maki, if not the tallest. Good line and length. Doesn't use her non-bowling arm really. Jumps and doesn't really get that left hand into her action. It's an interesting action. And that brings an end to her over, taking the massive wicket of Afi Fletcher and only conceding 1 run. So 1 for 1 for Maki off her first over. Grenada women, they're 43 for 3.
Very good for Maki and her return to this game, because I could remember the game against Dominica. They take a liking to her, which she went for 4 consecutive fours in her first over. And to have a return in this game against the powerful Grenada team and pick up the wicket of Afi Fletcher, the hard-hitting Afi Fletcher, it will definitely do good for her confidence going through this entire game. Alanson?
Absolutely. Williams will now come into the attack. He'll be bowling to Noel, who's the set batter. Driven uppishly, but there's no one at mid-off. The mid-off is down at long-off, so simple single in the end. Takes the score up now to 44 for 3. Francois yet to get off the mark, and Noel is on 11. There's been an eventful 7 overs so far. A few chances, a few boundaries, a few wickets. Bit in it for everybody.
Yeah, and the wicket as well is been playing wonderful for the past 3 days. And I'm hoping the finals as well, which will take place on Friday, that we could just see a little bit more juice coming out of it.
Well, just want to say that this is a different strip than the one we played on yesterday. Well, not yesterday, on Monday and Sunday. So it's just, you could see it on your screen there. That's that strip that is to your right. The right of this one is the one that was played on prior to today. Excellent feeling there by Macmillan. Applauded by her teammates.
I think that her teammates are definitely happy to see the effort of Macmillan there.
Yes, she is.
Because she's the shortest of the lot out there to reach that on her outstretch and actually snap that one.
A good length being bowled by Williams. If you look at what she's doing there, Rajiv, you could see that she's been quite full. And do you think that she's attempting to york the new batter?
She reminds me of myself bowling 4 consecutive overs and searching for wickets. so it's like, you miss, I hit. Very well done.
So just be a bit shorter, a bit wider.
And as you rightly said, Alan, so after the wicket of Fletcher, we have seen runs have been hard to come here for Grenada. So we know the power to the top of Grenada batting order, and we are down. They are down to 3 wickets, 44 for the loss of 3 in over number 8.
Yeah, Francois so far, what she has shown us is that she's out there to defend. Not really picking up the bat with any venom. Or you do not see any high or pronounced backlift. And Noel, who I think a lot will depend on from here going forward, is aware of that. With all of 12.1 overs to go, and I think she probably will just become herself a bit to try to bat as deep as possible.
I think on that occasion, France will have different plans. But at the end of over number 8, the score is 44 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Alan, so at the end of the power play, Grenada was at 42.
Yeah, so both overs after that have gone for 1 run. With the wicket of Fletcher as well. So St. Vincent Grenadines women pegging things back here at Arnos in this first game here in round number 3 in the Western Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship. Both Grenada and St. Vincent Grenadines women's teams have won both of the games that they have played in the previous rounds and are into the final on Friday. So we're having a dress rehearsal for the final as Maki continues. Punched firmly by Noel, just a single. If she could maintain that length and that line, she would be hard to score off, especially from what we have seen so far from Francois. Francois seems to be determined to go more after the fuller delivery. When it's back of a length, you're not seeing the horizontal bat shot, just a straight bat, which is a nice technical defensive shot. But I think even if she beats the field, she might get maximum a single or 2. It's not really being punched with any ferocity. It's off the edge. And it's a run out. Went straight to Homer. Francois was off, looking to get off the mark, having already faced 11 deliveries still on not. And as soon as she played it, she was off. And Noel wanted none of it. And Homer, who is one of the better fielders, just lobbed it back to the wicket keeper there, Bushy. Very easy run out. And you could say that one is an unforced error.
Well, I was about to say before that run out, Alanson, is that what I would love to see is that Noel tried to take most of the strike because she appeared to be the only person who's looking to score. And if there's not 2 on offer, why risk the first single off the first delivery and then expose the other batters who are not looking to score, give them 5 delivery to go? I mean, you are in the top order, you're supposed to be able to score, and I would love to see Grenada actually post a decent score here to have a competitive total on the board and try to win this game, getting 3 out of 3.
Yeah, and I'm looking here now, she's replaced, Francois is replaced by Jada Tyrrell. I'm wondering if this were the final, if they would have sent Holly Charles now instead of Tyrrell.
I think they're just trying to give everyone a go because this game, in a sense, is very important to win, but it could consider to be a form of a dead rubber because both teams still going to be playing the finals.
And Charles does have a big workload because she's an all-rounder. Does bowl 4 overs plus bat. But I would say and hazard a guess that if it were the final today, that she would have already been at the wicket. They're struggling with that ball that is just a bit back of a length from Mackie. And she completes a wicket maiden. He has now 2 wickets for 1 run.
With the score on 45 for the loss of 4, and the final 3 overs actually went for 3 runs. So after the end of the power play, they were at Grenada was at 42 for the loss of 2 wickets, and at the end of 9, they are 45 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, so correction, there was 1 run in the over. The wicket, of course, not Mackie's wicket, it was a run out. Another good shot from Noel. She should be running harder to try to get 2 there, in my opinion. Settlers for 1. Think that she could have gotten 2 runs on that delivery. She is fast, she is fit.
And I think it's important for her to take most of the strike. As I said in the previous over, why take a single off the first delivery and expose your other batters? But at the same time, as I said, Alanson, that you have a number 5 and number 6 batter out there. That means you're capable of batting as well. So I'm gonna give you your opportunity to do what you can do.
So Tyrrell to face up to Williams. We'll be facing our 3rd delivery. We'll give it a feel after this delivery. It's beaten outside the off stump. Good line, good length, and a little bit of a wing movement there from Williams. There is a short 3rd in place. There's a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a short fine leg. So for the new batter, there's no one outside of the circle. So attacking cricket here from St. Vincent and Grenadines women, from the skipper in particular, with the field placement. I guess they're saying to themselves, well, Tyrrell doesn't seem to have the power to go over the top. And let's see if we could keep her on strike by having all the fielders inside the circle, which is not a bad ploy.
Happy to see that the bowler is maintaining her line and length right there. But I would like to see it a bit closer to the wicket and see how she plays.
I say that's of course a better line, just coming closer to the off stump. Not a bad length either to Tyrrell. She now just needs to get it maybe 2 or 3 inches more to the off stump to threaten that off stump. Beaten again, so similar delivery. This one a bit fuller. More akin to the first 3 deliveries she bowled in her first over.
It takes me back to what I asked, the question I asked. Why do you, as the batter out there, Noel, is taking a single off the first delivery and the other 5 deliveries are going for that ball? So you saw that happen for the past 3 to 4 overs now. What would be your game plan? That's a fuller delivery or no ball by the square leg umpire?
Yes, so this will be a free hit. And it's also 1-1. And you bowl 2 beamers, you're out of the bowling attack. But she has to be careful. I don't think it was anything intentional or spiteful. Just seemed to have slipped out of her hand. She has been trying to bowl at fuller delivery. So, would understand.
As if you had noticed that Simmons would have brought everyone in the ring before that delivery that called no ball. And now it's dashed to the onside for 4. Beautiful shot.
Excellent shot there from Tyrrell. This was full. She got it in her zone and it's a free hit, so she knows she could not have been dismissed. And it was a full toss. She smashed it. Found the gap too. Wonderful drive. That will give her a lot of confidence as we now have drinks coming onto the field. Grenada women, after being insulted by St. Vincent and Grenadines women, they are 51 for 4 after 10 overs. We'll now have a short break. So welcome back here to the Arnos playing field, where we have action continuing between St. Vincent and Grenadines women and Grenada women. This final round of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship 2026. Chanel Mackie continuing to Karina Noel. Grenada is on 51 for 4. It's a good looking shot, but Byron should have it covered in the covers. Only time for a single. And so we welcome back our viewers, and again I say good morning to Rajiv Roberts, the commentary box with me.
Hey, good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. And Grenada taking on St. Vincent and Grenadines in the Windward Island Women's T20 Championship. As we know so far, Grenada and St. Vincent will be playing finals on Friday. And this is game 5 on day 3. As we enter the third round of the tournament. And later on this afternoon, we have Dominica will be taking on St. Lucia. Both teams yet to win any game. And I know we will definitely have a winner this evening, Alan Snow.
Yes, you must have one. One team will go home with a win, and one team will go home not having troubled the points table. Of course, the super over is played in this competition, so even if you have a tie after the regulation 40 overs, super over will decide. And if this first super over ties, I think you'll have a second super over. Not too sure if they have rules pertaining to what will happen if you have a second tie. Remember those rules being applied, similar rules in 2019 World Cup with New Zealand versus England in male cricket, where they said who had hit the most boundaries would end up winning the super overs. And I remember that commentary from Ian Smith, the New Zealander, saying that England had won by the barest of margins, which was indeed so. As this one is pulled, it will go away for 4. Gave her enough time on the back foot there, Tyrrell, and she was able to whip that one out of bottom hand in that shot. Found the gap. Good movement there by her in the crease. She was able to get deep in her crease to open up the onside.
Well, I'm happy to see that Tyrrell coming out back after the drinks break and looking to score. And it's very important for Grenada to have a move on here with the score now on 56 for 4 after 11 overs. It means that Grenada have 9 more overs in hand to at least get the total of about 140. With the likes of Noel there and still in the hot to come. The hard-hitting batter of Charles and others. I do believe that Grenada will get up to 140. The new bowler for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is Arika Hooper, bowling from the Beckwith end. And she will be bowling to Karina Noel, who is on 14 from 23. And Tyrrell is on 8 from 12. See a change in the field. Hooper in now to Noel. Beautiful delivery. Will that be challenging the boundary? Yes, it will. And good feeling by the fielder down there, Alonso.
It looks like the fielder was Williams. Bowling at this end. So she did well. So you just have a look at the replay. Got the dive in. Yes, excellent work.
Another good shot there from the vice captain of Grenada, Noel. Only a single. Really being disciplined bowling here from St. Vincent and the Grenadines this morning. We have seen one no ball so far, which I think is one extra, right? I don't think that they have bowled a wide so far. It's really being good from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I would love to see Grenada up the tempo here with the score on 159 for 4 in the 12th over. And that could be the fourth wide, as I've just been saying, disciplined bowling from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And here's Hooper solving up the fourth wide of the innings.
Yes, commentator's course perhaps. She did bowl several wides yesterday, so she was one of those who not yesterday, Monday, gave away a lot of extras. So she has to be mindful of that, mindful of her line.
But what I think happening to her is that the left and right combination, it will be definitely tricky for her. Now she solves up another wide outside of off stump to Noel, who is on 17 from 25. Grenada moves on to 62 for 4 in the 12th over. Will this be caught? Will this be caught with the captain? And it dropped. Would that be a miss?
Yeah, that one came off the toe end there from Noel. Joseph coming in from long on. She seemed to lead off just a little bit late. I don't think at any point she looked confident that she was going to take that, but she got there in the end. Should have held it. In the air for a long time.
Beautiful from Hooper.
That is where she has to be. She is bowling at the sort of pace where she'll get the ball to drift across the right-hander from this end with the wind helping her. Once the delivery is a bit full, it will get that little bit of away movement.
Definitely will. Oh, another beautiful delivery. I was just about to say that we'd love to see Tyrrell get another move on here because she knows what's at stake here for Grenada in this game against St. Vincent. And both teams, as we mentioned before, will be playing right back here at Arnos Vale at 2 p.m. on Friday in the finals. Here comes Hooper again into Tyrrell. Not a beautiful delivery. Back to the bowler. No run. And that brings it over to an end with the score on 63 for the loss of 4 wickets. Alanson?
Yeah, 63 for 4. And looking at Arika Hooper's bowling, it's almost like she's bowling fastest leg breaks. Because the ball is drifting across the right hander quite nicely. So she has to be aware of that and start it around middle stump. So that with the outward movement, it still threatens maybe off stump. As opposed to starting outside the off stump because it will drift further away, and we have already seen her being called for wide as Mackie will now continue as well into a 4th over, having figures so far of 1 for 7.
Haven't seen any spinners yet from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we're into the 13th over. Down the leg side.
I'm not too sure that we will see any as well because Dean, who is the spinner in this squad, she's not playing today. Unless it is that we will see something that we saw on Monday where some of the faster bowlers decided to bowl some spin.
Mackie. And that will definitely run to the boundary. And very good shot there from Karina Noel. Grenada moves on to 67 for 4.
A top shot there from Noel. Poor delivery from Mackie, you must say. It was angling down the leg side. So all she needed to do was to help it past the fielder at short fine leg, which she did successfully. And away it went to the boundary quite speedily.
Mackie in search of another wicket here. Grenada in search of runs. Very good delivery outside the off stump. Beaten the bat of Noel.
Yes, and while we are here commentating, I've realized that the keeper has changed.
Yeah.
O'Shea is no longer keeping. Macmillan is now keeping, so they have exchanged positions. So both of them participating in the warm-ups. as keepers. So it may have been a ploy all along.
Alan Macmillan reminds me of Carlton Ball as a wicket keeper. very, very short to behind the stump. I mean, she could basically stand up behind the stump. She don't have to go that low. But happy to see that she getting the opportunity. Another wide delivery outside of off stump.
Yeah, Mackie just losing on line and length a little bit in this over after having a splendid first 3 overs, only conceding 7.
Well, that challenge boundary, it's over the rope now, 4 runs. As I said earlier on, Alanson, that I will definitely love to see Tyrrell come out and try to up the tempo here for Grenada. And after that drinks break, she has been a total different player, looking to score off every delivery instead of just being there and trying to look for the singles.
Well, it is a wonder what the boundary does. I think that boundary that she got through the covers really helped her confidence. Just that feeling that, you can do it. Look at her now. She's looking $1 million forward on the front foot there in the textbook approved manner.
At the end of 13 overs, the score is now 73 for the loss of 4 wickets. Tyrrell on 12 from 17. Noel is on 23 from 30. Mackie have just completed her 4 overs, 1 for 17. Back with ball in hand is Hooper for her second over. On strike will be the vice captain of Grenada, Noel. A little conversation between the captain of St.Vincent and the Grenadines and the standing umpire, Maria Abbott. As we await. Beautiful delivery there from Hooper. Noel get off the strike, get a quick single in there. While I can see Tyrrell pull out the dive.
Yeah, she was in some trouble at some point in that run, but the bounce throw was quite short, I think, of the intended bounce area by the skipper. So it didn't really have any momentum as it got to the keeper.
Hooper. That's another wide down the leg side, Alan. So as I said, the left and right combination seems to be giving her a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, that's something that she'll have to work on. I mean, it does impact bowlers even at higher levels, but still something that you have to try to master. And if it impacts you, you should only do so maybe in a very minor way. This one is
and that should be caught. Oh, that's dropped by Homer. Should be an easy sitter for her, Alanson. I've seen she take some blinder in the very first game that St. Vincent played here against St. Lucia.
Yeah, but look at her hand position there. Really, at that height, fingers should have been not pointing up, but should have had them in the cup position to let the ball just land in there. Seems as if her fingers were pointing skyward in the Australian style manner.
The Australians will definitely call that the reverse cup. Yeah. And as I saw her on the boundary here, she's just making the correction of how she should have actually taken that catch.
Yeah, the reverse works well when the ball is high. That one was low enough that, she could have used the conventional manner.
Beautiful delivery again from Hooper. That should be 2. Coming back for the second. Would he be in trouble? No. Grenada got to move on here from 77 to 79 for 4. We are in the 14th over. Noel on 26 from 34. Tyrrell having a move on 13 from 18. The vice captain of Grenada on strike Here comes Hooper. That should only be a single. Beautiful feeling there. Now the second gonna complete. And I think they can definitely get a 30 if they really want it and Grenada decide against it.
I think Noel is tiring just a bit. See after a few tools, she's just bending over her bat. It's warm out there.
I think the importance for the fielders is to get the ball to the wicket keeper, which would be the perfect person to get the ball to. Instead of trying to throw it back to the bowler, who have just run up and have to turn around to try to stop that ball. The fittest person and the first person to get the ball to is the wicket keeper with the gloves on.
I think that in that case, because of the distance, she was at long off, so probably doesn't have the power to get to the keeper. So attempting to go to the bowler's end.
Well, it take me back to the run out that would have from a game that I watched from Rovman Powell, where he's
dropped there. Getting the chance was Hooper. Came back fiercely, but was in the midriff region, just around her kneecap actually, and seemed to have hit her on her knee before she could react to it.
Yeah, that's another miss for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As I was saying, Alanson, that it reminds me of the run out that Rovman Powell would have made from the boundary. While he threw the ball, he turned his back and then just realized that he would have directly hit the stump and the batsman was run out and started to celebrate. So getting the ball to the keeper end with the batter back turn is very important, because looking back definitely could slow you down as a runner.
Yes. Sometimes you might hear your partner saying your end for that time, but yeah, it's if you have the strength to get it up there, then definitely it's an option. Sometimes the batter, knowing that he's going back to the far end, can be a bit complacent as well. So it gives you the opportunity for the run out.
At the end of 14 overs, the score is now 81 for the loss of 4 wickets, and we will now see Bentic with ball in hand, and she will be bowling to Tyrell.
Yeah, Bentic coming on for her first over. She bowled in the previous game, but not many overs, so don't expect to see her bowling maybe more than 1 or 2 overs. Left to be seen though, as we know that overs are left for Byron and Glasgow, albeit that they bowl 3 overs, so they only have 2 left. So it might be that Bentic may get 3 overs or 2 overs in this case, because the skipper for St. Vincent and the Grenadines women really utilized for opening bowlers for longer spells, trying to dismiss the top order of Grenada.
And also with the likes of Mackie, who would have bowled her 4 on a trot, it means that Hooper, Mackie, and Glasgow, as well as Byron, will have to finish in the last 5. Only a single off the bat of Tyrell takes the score up to 82 for 4.
Yes, looking at Tyrell bat, it seems that she has an idea about batting, because she's getting in the right positions depending on the length and the line of the ball. You see that one's quite wide outside the off stump, and she was not just forward, but she was across to it. So there's something there to work with. Not to work with there for those who are working on developing these players.
Well, as you talk about developing, I was just about to say that I would love to see a more smoother run-up from Bentic. Yeah, somewhat she seems to be like she's struggling when she reached the wicket. Yeah, ready to deliver that ball. She's a bit struggling there. And that encountering another single for Grenada. The score moves on to 83.
Yeah, you're correct. Just seem to be losing all the momentum just at the point of delivery.
So just a little bit more room for improvement here with the bowler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I know she definitely have the capability of doing much better. So just a little bit more walk with her, a little tweaking here and there. Bowler one outside here, some flashing, call wide by the umpire.
Yeah, just outside that marker for the wide.
So as we mentioned earlier, Alanson, that we haven't seen any wide from St. Vincent, but at the moment that we said that, we see several wide soft up from St. Vincent to the Grenadians batters. Only a single there on offer. Missed by the keeper. Beautiful throw.
Yeah, I'm not one who really is a type of superstitious person in terms of the cricket superstitions and which pad to put on first and all of these different things. But I could say that after a few years as a commentator, I definitely see these things coming to pass quite often about this commentator course thing.
Has been signaled dead ball by the umpire there, and the batter wasn't ready. One ball in over number 15. Here comes Bentic into Noel. Flash outside off stump. Only the taking of a single. Take the score up to 86 for the loss of 4 wickets. And over number 15 has concluded with the likes of Noel on 30, Tyrrell on 14 from 21. That's 15 overs. Grenada 86 for 4.
Yes, thank you very much, Najeev. And I'm now joined in the commentary box by Osnet Kato. Good morning to you, Osnet.
Good morning to you, Lance. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever in the world you're looking at this live broadcast in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. Competitive fixtures, both teams, you would have alluded to earlier, are in the final. So somewhat of a preview to what we'll see on Friday. And so far, I'm sure the Vincentians will be proud of their effort in terms of limiting the Grenadians to 86 for 4 into over number 16. As we see this one punched through extra cover and coming back for seconds. A very good run in there by these two. They will need that if they are to get up to somewhat of a competitive total. Currently, the projected score 116. I was listening to our co-commentators earlier and they mentioned 145, 150 being a good competitive total. It will take some doing to get there from here, but I'm sure anything in the region of 125, 130, the Grenadians will be quite pleased. This one again punched out to cover. Chance for run out. And a diving effort there from Tyrell. Certainly putting a prize on a wicket as this partnership continues to grow for the Grenadians, looking to end on a high.
Well, you want to see that. When you're batting, you only get one chance. So you definitely should put a prize on your wicket.
You know, as you mentioned, prize on the wicket, remember, so Shivnara and Chandapur, definitely someone who you would see diving around. This one is a good delivery, a bit of a slow delivery on that occasion, deceiving the batter.
Yes, that one had a beat and all ends up. You mentioned Chandapur. I think during his career, if you add it up, he probably has eaten probably a bucket of grass. With all those dives.
Definitely so. Don't think he really looked forward to being dismissed by that route. This one is short again and punching this one down the ground to the left of Byron comes around. And quite interestingly there, just a single. We just applauded their efforts in terms of their running on that occasion. Not the best running by these two.
I think they chose the player because it's Byron. They probably said that they wouldn't take on her arm. She has one of the stronger arms on the SVG team.
But it's a full toss and once again punched down the ground as we look at square leg umpire. Umpire Jack signaling a no ball. So no ball for height on that occasion. So Tyrell She will now have the opportunity to benefit from a free hit. The fact that they took a single also means that they can actually change the field.
Well, you haven't seen any difference in the field other than what it was when the Tyrrell was previously on strike. So, interesting one here.
She's swinging this one over mid-on. Couple of bounces into the fence for 4. So much needed boundary there for the Grenadines. A full toss, mind you, but still had to be put away.
I think that is an error there by the captain because you're allowed to have 4 outside of the circle. And they feel that mid-on was in, even though you could have changed the field. And they did no such adjustment, and that would have gone right down mid-on's throat. Long-on's throat, correction.
This time again, she's punching down the ground. Byron comes around, quite brisk in the field. Tracy Byron, number 12, sporting on her back. Limits the batters to a single on this occasion. So at the end of the 16th over, Grenada looking to post a competitive total here this morning after being inserted. They are 97 for the loss of 4.
$97 for 4 Grenada women. Looking at the projected scores, it says 121. You think that they should be aiming probably for 130, because you expect some acceleration in the last 4. And I think if they get that, given the fact that the skipper was dismissed relatively early compared to the other games today, I think that they'll be pleased with that, and they'll also have the vice captain to thank as well for getting them to that target, because she did take the responsibility upon herself to be there close to the end, which she has done up to this point. Which is Karina Noel.
Just to add to your point as well, I think it's an opportunity here for the Grenadines to test their middle to lower order. Haven't been tested throughout the tournament so far, so this game actually gives them that opportunity for some of the players who haven't had a lot of time in the middle, the likes of Tyrell and those to follow, to just get some much needed batting practice, get used to conditions. So if the opportunity arises on Friday in the finals, then they can actually back themselves to come good. Bentic again, this time it's punching uppishly. I think it would have taken 2 Bentics there to take that catch. In the end, another single for the Grenadians. Moves on to 98 into over number 17. So that back end of the innings, or the death overs as we call them. Noel, she has been there for a while. 34 from 42 deliveries. Perhaps would want to get that strike rate closer to 100 by the end of this innings, having been there for such a long time. Seeing a slight change in the field. I feel that deep extra cover coming into the circle. There's a long off, long on, and a deep square leg. So those are the 3 fielders outside of the circle. This one is punched. Diving effort there from Crease, one of the substitute fielders. In the end, didn't get anywhere close to it. So it's another single for Noel. And the Grenadians move on to 99 for 4. Just to reiterate to our viewers, I think this portion of the innings, you're allowed 3 fielders outside the circle. So those 3 fielders at this point in time, it's going to be a long on, a long off, and a deep mid-wicket. So 99 for 5 Grenada. Into over number 17, and we are seeing a signal for a free hit. So perhaps another no ball there from Bentic. Chance again for Tyrell to take full toll. She's driving at this one. Gets it down to long off for a single. Brings up the 100 for the Grenadians. A bit belatedly, I believe. Especially having lost their captain. I'm sure they would have wanted a bit more acceleration earlier, but they'll be looking to finish the innings with a bit of momentum. This one again is swung down too long off, a chance for a catch. In the end, just falling short of the fielder running in. Not a single. So Noel here looking to up the ante, as they would say. But so far, limited to singles by the Vincentians. This one is outside the off stump. It should be signal wide. It's signal wide by umpire Jack. It's another run added to the total. 102 for 4. This one is driven, but straight to crease there at extra cover. So it's the end of another over from Bentic. 2 overs, none for 9. A tidy little spell here from her in the back end of this innings as Grenada, after being inserted this morning in round number 3 of the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship, they are 102 for 4.
Yeah, based on how she has bowled Bentic, I will give her another over. What I will do is let her bowl a 19, and then I'll have Byron and Glasgow from the other end. But it seems as if they will go back to Williams, who bowled fairly okay in her spell today. But I would say that since Bentic is the warm bowler who is already there bowling well, I would have kept her going. Because we know that there are 2 overs left for Glasgow and for Byron, the opening bowlers, who I would assume will be finishing their quota of 4 overs. So it means that Williams now will bowl her third.
Aisha Williams it is. Figures of none for 7 so far from 2 overs, so quite economical. Williams. I think it's been a better bowling effort from the Vincentian team as a whole. Has worked well in teams, in partnership. This one is swinging is Noel, and a bit of a mix-up, a chance for run out, and I think she's gone. Yes, a direct hit. Umpire Jack answering in the affirmative for the Vincentians, and that's a big wicket there. Tyrell, she was looking quite dangerous, and another breakthrough for the Vincentian team. Grenada women, they are now 102 for the loss of 5.
Excellent work there, and it seems that the run out has come from the feeling of Bentic at short fine leg. The delivery came through, just seemed to rush the keeper, who maybe just, in my opinion, is just a little bit too close for Williams, who has a bit more pace than what we were seeing from Hooper. So maybe she should give herself an extra yard. But you know, there was some not much confusion in the running, but a bit of indecision. In the end, Tyrell came through. She had the dive, put it in, but it wasn't enough to prevent her from being run out from that wonderful direct throw that we saw there from Bentic. So good feeling there from St. Vincent. All cricket has been very good in this game, with the exception of one drop catch. They are feeling well on the ground, and they have also greatly reduced the number of extras that they conceded. On Monday, they bowled several wides, far too many, I think, against Dominica. I think they were in excess of 25 wides against Dominica in that game. I think today, so far, we have had maybe 3 or 4.
I think that's what you want to see as a fan looking in. These incremental improvements. Mention less extras, they're out cricket in general. And I guess it's fair to say that they've really walked their way into the tournament. It's their 3rd game, so perhaps getting used to conditions a bit more. Getting used to the pitch, getting used to the expectations. Just playing cricket. Holly Charles coming in, the tall right arm seamer, also very good batter in her own right. Not sure she's here to take any prisoners. Holly Charles, as that first delivery, looking to punch that one through the offside, misses it completely. So 2 dot deliveries to start this 18th over. Very good start for the Vincentian team.
Charles wheeling the willow. Does use a long handle.
Ooh, that's a very good delivery there. Good line, good length. A bit of bounce as well. You mentioned that pace, that carry through to the wicket keeper. I think it's testament to the type of wickets that we have really had in this tournament. Once again, kudos to the ground staff. It's all for the opportunity for the players to play through the line. But at the same time, the bowlers, whenever you bend your back, you tend to get some sort of purchase from this wicket. You know, co-commentator Rajiv will enjoy bowling in these conditions.
Definitely some movement on offer.
$102 for 5, Grenada. St.Vincent and the Grenadines again pulling things back. As this one is punched through the offside, should get close to the boundary. In fact, rushes into the boundary at this time. So Holly Charles, she's up and running. And Grenada, they move on to 106 for 5.
Yes. It was actually a pretty good delivery. Close to that wide line, which is a good defensive ball at this stage of the innings. But Charles is a tall individual. She was able to get her reach, use her reach to get to that delivery. And of course, we know once she gets it anywhere in the middle and it's in the gap, then no one is going to be stopping it. Powerful strike of the ball. So let's see how Williams adjusts.
That has prompted a change in the field. There's now a deep extra cover, that deep square leg now in the circle, in front of square. In fact, yes, she is in front of square. A long on, long off, and deep extra cover, those are the free fielders out. Charles again looking to cut this one. I think that's been a challenge for the skipper in terms of setting the correct fields, in our opinion, to the bowling. At times, the bowler and the captain seem not to be on the same wavelength, as they would say.
Yeah, looking at the bowling of Williams, she has been consistently outside the off stump, so you want that protection on the offside.
This one again, bit of bounce there on that occasion. Charles will be quite disappointed. Perhaps looking to hit it a bit too hard on that occasion. But so 4 runs coming from that over, along with the wicket of Tyrell. And the Grenadines, 18 overs completed. They are 106 for 5.
Yes, projected score coming down to 118. So you think that from here they'll be looking at maybe 120. If they get 125, I think they'll be pleased with that for sure. All things considered, while St. Vincent and Grenadines will be looking to dismiss them below that 120 mark, or at least to keep them below that within the 20 overs. Charles, I think, will be a key figure in these last 2 overs. If she is able to get a few blows away, then it may take them up to the region of 130 or 125 or even higher. So they will be mindful of that, the Vincentian bowlers. Noel has batted for a long period, came in at number 4, steadied the innings, but it does look like she has tired a bit. So maybe not the power that she may normally have in the tank right now.
Agreed.
Available to her. So just those things to bear in mind as Glasgow comes back into the attack.
Just to go back to the point about the field placements at times, I just think even in the previous game for the Vincentian team, at times the field never really merit the bowling that was on show. And in the end, it almost cost them in the end. So it's something to look forward to. Quite relatively inexperienced captain at this time. There are a couple of senior players around her, likes of Glasgow. I'm sure the management team, these are the type of things they will try to instill in terms of just getting the bowlers to bowl in the areas and perhaps offering a bit more protection at times. As we see Glasgow starting in 19th over, not the best of starts for her, starting with a wide. Fielders are deep, square leg, a long on, a long off. So those are the free fielders out. I know in the previous game, Alanson, Glasgow switching to spin caused a bit of stir in terms of forces wondering why. We'll get back to that after this delivery. This one is swung over the offside, should fall safely. Opportunity for a second, perhaps. Indeed, they do so. Delivery on the line of the off stump. There was nowhere looking to go through the offside, just peeling off the outer portion of the bat. And thankfully for her and the Grenadian team, just evading the fielders there in that ring on the offside.
Yeah, well, I think in the end, that discussion about why were they bowling spin, I think it was proven why that was the case in the end, and they were indeed vindicated the think tank of the St. Vincent and Grenadines team. Spinners proved much harder to get away than those who were bowling with pace.
Indeed so. This one is swung down to long off. Long on actually. A chance for a catch. A good diving effort there from Hooper. But in the end, not able to get anything on it. So welcome Bungry there for Noel and the Grenada team as they look to really step their foot on the accelerator in these last couple of overs.
It's Hooper very quick across the ground, but I think in the end she left the dive a bit late. Probably thought she would have gotten there with her foot speed.
So I'm again outside the off stump. Misses this one completely.
Yeah, but the dive was always on. She had to make up her mind that the only way she's going to catch that is she's going to dive with two hands. We have seen a lot of the fielders in the competition go for catches with one hand. You reduce your odds because there's much more surface area with two hands than one.
It certainly would have taken something special to effect that catch. It's quite wide as well. So had to move to her right. This one is a delivery down the leg side again. But I don't know if you were following the Ashes last night, Alonso, but Bo Webster, the all-rounder for the Australian team, they actually bowl off spin and picked up 3 wickets.
He actually bowls off spin.
No, he's a medium pace.
No, he bowls both.
Right, so I was saying...
So he bowls both in their competition. So depending on the conditions, he actually bowls both off spin.
Right, so I guess the conditions at the Sydney cricket ground really warranted a spinner on both sides. You can recall, haven't really played a frontline spinner as such. So just to add to the point you made earlier in terms of the conditions being vindicative of utilizing a spin bowling option, just the situation happening on an international level.
Yes, and Webster definitely bowls both in first class cricket in Australia. Bowls both medium pace and off spin. Very useful player, I think. If I were Australia, he would have played all the test matches, in my opinion.
I think Cameron Green is treading a tight rope, as they would say. Haven't really come to the party in terms of the runs, Green. Picked up a couple of wickets. But I'm sure it's good to have that sort of competition. Both players very good all-rounders in their own right.
Well, as I'm looking at it, Cameron Green is the future. But Bo Webster is already a player who is complete at this time. And in my opinion, I would give Webster the nod more regularly than Green. I will keep Green around the team because, of course, as we said, he's the future, not just of all-round cricket in Australia. But I think they see him as a future leader and other things like that within the side. So keep him in the squad.
I think there's a new term floating around now in terms of players who have a higher ceiling. So I think that goes in line with what you're saying. Cameron Green perhaps having a higher ceiling. But at this point in time, Bo Webster scoring 550s in 6 test matches. I think this one is punched down the ground. Should get into the boundary. Timing it beautifully here. Noel, in the back end of her innings, moves on to 46. And the total is up to 119 for the loss of 5. 19 overs completed.
It's an excellent shot there from Noel. Going straight back over the bowler's head as an arrow. And picking up the boundary there to take up to 46, as you mentioned. Just giving a bit of width, able to free her arms. And she has been there now for some time, and she will be seeing it as big as a breadfruit.
Well, just to continue along the line of that spin pace conversation, if you look at this wicket though, we haven't seen a lot of spinners in the tournament being utilized throughout, especially in terms of the Vincentian makeup. We're not seeing Dean is not there today, so really and truly there's no really spin bowling options. And what we've seen, whenever the pace has been taken off the ball, it's more difficult to hit. A bit of assistance here for the spinners. But interestingly, as this one is punched out to deep extra cover, a bit of power here from Holly Charles. She's getting into the act. Her second boundary at the start of the 20th over. It's 123 for 5.
Yeah, looking at Charles there. See that one? Full toss. Give me the width. And free no arms over the covers for 4. I see that they have used Williams now to bowl. They haven't given Byron her 4th over. I don't know if that's a bit of hangover from the last game. I think she bowled the last over in the last game and conceded quite a bit of runs.
This one is short again, and she's punching it out to that fielder deep extra cover. Very athletic Janela Glasgow. Runs around to her left and limits the batters to a single. Holly Charles giving the long hand, as they would say, to good effect so far. 9 from 7 deliveries. How do you commentary earlier mentioned Alanson, Holly Charles' batting position? Perhaps on Friday she would have been batting a bit earlier. And we are seeing evidence of that in terms of her abilities. And maybe not enough deliveries, the Grenadines would say, she would have faced.
But I think that they're probably looking at giving some of the others a chance. And we saw that from Tyrrell today, so that's actually not bad. Because we didn't know much about Tyrrell, and she played a very good innings. So it might all work even better for them in the final to have a confident Tyrrell plus Charles as they move into the final on Friday.
Agreed. I think it's just a matter of getting your good players face as much deliveries as possible. That's always a good thing. So we're seeing here Noel facing 52 deliveries, almost half of the allotment of deliveries. And 46. Just holding the innings together. After what was a rather difficult start. Came out of the power play reasonably well, 42 for 2. But the Vincentians managed in that 4 over period, 5 over period after the power play. They really pull the plugs on the Grenadians. This one is a full toss and just getting it to short third man, and there was Hooper again. Bit of a live wire in the field, looking to repeat a direct hit that we saw earlier.
Would have been very close to the direct hit. May have been short there, Charles. There's something that I noticed as well, that of course I mentioned that Williams is bowling this last over. Now there are 2 ways that you could have dealt with that, what happened in last game. You could have said probably to Byron, listen, you're better than this. Come and prove it again in this game and do better. And her confidence might have, elevated in preparation for the final. But then you could also look at it and say, well, Williams wasn't playing that game. Now she's coming today and she's bowled 3.4 overs, none for 17. So we have another option. So I think there is no wrong or right, as I have been just thinking about that and the approach from the think tank. Because now they have 2 options. But it may also be that Byron's confidence might be a bit down and she may have to do it in the final. You never know what would happen. So there's 2 schools of thought there, for sure.
Agreed. This one is a full toss, and Charles again. All muscle from Charles. Perhaps not timing it as well as she would like. But totally agree with your view there in terms of the use of Byron. And as you said, it's an opportunity perhaps for her to try and put herself in that same situation again in a game that is not really that detrimental to the outcome of the tournament. But I guess the captain and the management team opted for the other option in the form of Williams. So far, she has conceded 6 runs in the final over. 125 for 5. In and around the area we spoke about a couple of overs ago.
It's been a very good spell from Williams, must admit. She has bowled extremely well. Gotten some lift from the pitch, some movement off the pitch as well. And she has been perhaps the most consistent of the bowlers in terms of her line and length, which is very good.
So final delivery of the innings. Grenada 125 for 5. Charles be looking to finish on a high. And instead, it's a very good delivery there from Williams. Full length. Not affording the opportunity there for Charles to get anywhere under it. So 7 runs coming from the final over. End of a good spell as well from Williams. 4 overs, none for 18. And the Grenadines, after being inserted here this morning in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship against St.Vincent and the Grenadines, they are 126 for 5 in their full quota of 20 overs, which means that the Vincentian team, they will need to get 127 if they are to get victory number 3 in this tournament. So what we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we'll be back in just around 10 minutes time with the Vincentian reply.
Oh, you did it? Yeah. You said Scarlet. Alright. Yeah.
Karina Noel, she name? Karina.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnos playing field. Grenada in the first innings making 126 for 5, leaving St. Vincent and the Grenadines to score 126 for victory. Both teams really unbeaten throughout this tournament. Not a bad job for Grenada at the start of the innings. Getting to 126. Starting the innings here for St. Vincent is none other than Janelia Glasgow. Came on homer. Something new for St. Vincent at the top. Just trying something new. Grenada starting with Noel. Who smack a few lusty blows in the back end there to help Grenada to get to 126. Yeah, St. Vincent has a good batting lineup to try to get to that 126 or so to get victory today. With me is Mr. Osnet Kato. Almost slipped his name there. The reason for that is because I haven't seen him in a while. It was the Christmas season. He was on vacation in Dubai. Welcome back, Mr. Kato. How are you doing?
Good day to you, Kesrick. Good day to all our viewers. Hoping for a competitive contest here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely both teams unbeaten throughout this tournament. If you ask the spectators, really good shot. Finding the outside edge of the bat is Kimon Homer just opening the face slightly. Trying to get it behind point. But if you ask the spectators right now, who do you think is going to win this tournament? They're definitely going to say this is the finals. This is the finals in the preliminary stage. Both teams, I think when you look at the wins for both teams, Grenada look a little bit more confident in how they go about playing with their batting, their bowling. Only team to have a player that scored 100 in Afi Fletcher. Janelia Glasgow in the first game scored a half century as well, so that's good. Something that's good again with Janelia Glasgow is the fact that she's getting into the ball now, hitting it through the offside. I could remember last year playing for Windwards. I wouldn't say it was an issue, just a little flaw that she corrected a little bit. Being able to hit the ball through the offside like that. Piercing the gap for 4. First boundary for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and they're off.
Very good shot again there from Janelia. Just opening that front leg and accessing that offside. And I think a feature of our play so far in the tournament is the finding of gaps. And she's been able to time the ball beautifully through the offside, as evident on that occasion. So she's up and running. And SVG, they're 8 without loss, chasing 127.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. I mean, I like the fact that she get her front leg out the way. We mentioned last year about her batting when she was sort of stepping away instead of coming into the ball. So that back foot used to go back and then that front foot just open. But now we're seeing that back foot coming across and then that front foot opening in to access the offside. So which is good. Plays for West Indies as well. Our listeners, good to see that herself and Afi getting runs in this tournament, because right after this, Kato, will have the West Indies T20 Blaze and then the 50 over tournament right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're going to see some of the female stars that we saw last year, hoping that we're going to get someone like the skipper for West Indies in match. Haley Matthews, that is from Barbados. Deandra Dotting. Just to name a few. One of my favorite players last year as well was out of Guyana. Favorite player in Munisa. This one just eased behind point. It's good to see, talking about West Indies team, two females that I think Grimman was one of those females from Guyana that we spoke highly about last year in the West Indies Women T20 Blaze. She made the West Indies team when they toured England last year, so that was good to see. Also the young lady from Leeward Islands that are around her. As soon as I get her name, I'll mention it to you. Both players did very well for Leewards and Guyana. Wide delivery from Delisa.
Just to go back to Glasgow, Keswick, in terms of her technique, you mentioned those small chinks in her technique. I think the key for her is to be consistent. Even earlier on against Ross, we saw Selena Ross getting the ball to move away from her quite appreciably. And at times she was still planted on that leg stump. So it's a matter of repeating, just like a bowler, you will know yourself, repeating your action. As a batter, you also have to repeat your trigger movements and your movement towards the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see some improvement. Don't want to talk any sort of negative, but just looking at her batting is surely improving. She's getting so good at batting. She's even batting in the top order for West Indies now, which is excellent for her. But you don't want that bowling to slide away. Start seeing a few glimpses of her fast bowling, just losing a little bit of that energy that she would usually give with her bowling. And you always find that issue. I was talking to Cruikshank in the last game, whereby sometimes when you're new to the game, you can't really focus on both things. Sometimes your energy go towards one thing more because there's only 24 hours in a day. And sometimes you put a bit more effort, but finding the gap, talking about effort, that's a lot of effort to find that gap, and it may get to the boundary. Yes, it did. Finding the gap nicely is Glasgow.
Another good shot there from Glasgow, just being offered a bit of room outside the off stump, this time off the back foot, and just punching it through the offside. Certainly has a good bat there, Janila Glasgow. Ball seemed to be flying off the bat throughout this tournament so far. Total moves up to 16 without loss. It's a very good start from the Vincentian team. Scoring just around 12 runs per over. That required run rate below 6 runs per over. So I think it's important that they get a good positive start in the power play. And I'm sure with Janila there, that is always going to be the case.
Yeah, definitely. She has to score some runs. Cutting it behind point, going down to third man. Just a single. Yeah, she will have to be the chief destroyer. And we mentioned something in the last game. I was having a conversation with my fellow commentator, Roberts. We find that a lot of the females, they're not really picking the gaps. But so far today, Glasgow is one of those females that we think is finding the gap nicely, especially in that cover region. She usually hits the ball nicely at extra cover and cover. And no matter how much feeler you put there, she always find a way to get it through the cracks. Yeah, Homer again, smashing it through cover, straight to cover. No run this time. Yeah, energetic throw there, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, looks like she have a bit of energy at cover, moving nicely.
I think something I spoke about previously as well with Glasgow is the running between the wickets. We all know she's a live wire between the wickets, but she has to be mindful also about her partner. So on that occasion previously, bit of miscommunication. So it's something for them to work out, as this one is just walked down to final leg by Homer. Good to see her getting the opportunity at the top of the order. It's an opportunity for both teams as well to experiment a bit.
Yeah, a few players from the St. Vincent team are missing out today. Just a little bit surprised that Dean is not really in the team, but last game, she bowled 4 overs for 19 runs. 9 of that was actually extras. So that one just shaping in a little there, Kato. But most of those runs that came off of her was extras. So 9 extras. Just 10 runs from the team. So if you really put things into perspective, really a good spell from her. And in T20, you go for 19 runs in 4 overs. Still had to give her a tap on the back and say, well done.
I think she's been very impressive throughout the tournament. I think the only issue we've seen is the extras, but as she bowls more, I think she'll get better in terms of control. I think she flights the ball quite well. On the other hand, you could look at it from the perspective that perhaps they're trying to, wrestle up for the final or even shoulder that responsibility away from her, seeing that she's the only real spin bowling option in the squad.
Yeah, and something that I've noticed about her as well, she flights the ball, but if you realize she don't really flight it under the bat that the players can reach, because a lot of these players, they don't really get down to the track and hit. Apart from a Afi Fletcher or Janila Glasgow, they stretch sort of and sort of hit the ball through mid-wicket, through long on region. So she flights the ball, but she don't flight it under the bat where you can just stand and hit. She flight it in a way that they have to come down and they don't move. And she's very slow to the air. So it's sort of, you have to put that power. And if you're not a Afi Fletcher or Janila Glasgow, then you will not have that power to clear the boundary. Or someone like a Chanel Mackie, who we saw in the last game clear the boundary pretty easily.
Agreed, very good point. I think it's just a matter of protecting her for that final. But I'd love to see her today. I'm sure many of our fans online from that side of the country, that northeasterly side of the country, would have been looking forward to seeing Dean. As we see Holly Charles making her way into the bowling attack.
Yeah, made her debut last year for the Windward Island team. Started well this year again, Kato. So, pretty confident that she may get back into the Windward Island team. Just remember, West Indies Women Tournament starts here next week. Short of a good length, that is something that we know that she does very well. She gets that extra bounce, and she's one of the female that I think her follow through is a bit longer than all the other females. So I guess because of that, she gets that added bounce.
I think she has a strong action, a strong bowling action. As you mentioned, that bit of lift, a bit of bounce. What we've seen from these wickets is whenever you've bent your back, you certainly get a bit of lift, a bit of carry. Bowling now from the old airport end, I think most of her bowling has been from the Beckway end. So it's interesting to see how she will go this afternoon.
Just passing the outside edge there, Ollie. Yeah, a lot of teams came to St. Vincent and fall in love with this pitch over the years. Bangladesh wish they can probably walk with the ground staff here wherever they go. And Bill Edwards and his men came here, win all 3 T20 games. Throw to the keeper end, getting there safely as Glasgow. Yeah, but over the years, even in the VPL here, you find the pitches, play really nice. Comes on to the bat as a fast bowler, you bend your back, you're going to get some results. You're going to get what you ask for. So it's a good pitch for T20 cricket. So congrats to the ground staff here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium. In the pitch again. Yeah, that's the thing about Glasgow. The shorter deliveries like that, she usually miss it. She don't really get the cut. But as long as you bowl it a little fuller on top the line of the fourth stump or third stump, you could bet your dollar on that. Put your pot on the fire, she's going to hit it through the covers.
Bit of an open stance as well if you look at her, setup. As we mentioned, a short delivery, not really getting that left leg across, closer to the line of the ball to make that cut shot quite easier. Looked at some of the better cutters in the game. I'm not sure you're on that list, Kesrick.
I will never be on that list. Even now, I'm still not a good cutter of the ball.
I think the likes of Ramner Sawan that's coming to mind.
Sherwin Campbell comes to mind.
Yes, very good cutter of the cricket ball.
Dennis Ramding come to mind as well. Good cut of the ball. Good play of spin. Travis Head. If you want somebody to slug sweep the ball, then you have to put me in. Because they always say, when you can't pick it, sweep it.
It's the end of the third over, actually. St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing 127 for victory. The 22 without loss. That required the current run rate just around 7 runs per over, 7.3 to be exact. So certainly up there with the run rate required. Haven't lost a wicket as yet, so a very good start from the Vincentian openers.
Yeah, this is putting a lot of confidence in the dressing room.
Seemed to be a switch offense for Noel.
Yeah, for the viewers who are looking on now, you may look down and you may see 4 blue marks. You know, at the crease now, used to be 2 for the wide. But fast bowlers getting a little bit more cushion, so you can bowl the ball down the leg side as long as it's in that blue line on the leg stump side. And that one smashed straight to cover though. No run. But as long as you can keep it within those blue lines down the leg side, you're safe. Really and truly, I'm not seeing that fast bowler that's going to get it there. So really, it's a cushion that's not really helping, I would say. It's a very hard cushion for fast bowlers, but nevertheless, it's some cushion.
Agreed. We've seen a couple of good shots so far from Homer, but just hasn't been able to find that gap on the offside. It's all good and well to time the ball beautifully, but you still have to find those gaps. Something that we praised our batting partner for, Glasgow, ability to find the gap. So that's something that Homer will have to work on. But so far, she's shaped up quite well.
Yeah, batting with somebody like Glasgow, you're somewhat at ease. She's the aggressor. Just need to rotate the strike, hit the out boundaries. That's all Homer needs to do now. Making it easier for herself. Something is going on there with Karina Noel. That's the second time. Not really getting her run up right. Not sure if you know her nickname, as we'll say here in St. Vincent. Nickname is Gaza. Nice. Full face of the bat. I can see it, Homer. You're using a Grenadines bat. So that's nice full face. Hitting it down the ground. No run though.
I think your eyes are better than mine, Kesrick.
Yeah, I was told that by my doctor. Yeah, down the ground this time. Finds the gap nicely. Straight. It's always good to hit straight, Kato. Open her 4-column. Nice shot down the ground. Full face of the bat. Straight as an arrow. It's Homer.
I'm not sure if she was actually looking for that particular direction, Kesrick. We've seen a couple of shots through the offside so far. Hasn't been fruitful for her. On this occasion, that delivery going straighter, beating Charles there at mid-off into the fence for 4. Good result.
I tell you what, take my doctor, check me. That's a puma. But it's the end of the over. It's 26 without loss.
Steady started from the Vincentian team. It's always going to be important for both of these players to get used to the conditions again. We mentioned Glasgow having a very good tournament with the bat so far. Half century in the first game and some runs in the previous encounter. But it's all about starting again. That's what cricket is all about. A new partner to the uniform of Homer. She's also shaped up quite well. So both of these players looking to lay the platform really for the Vincentian team and also perhaps lay down a marker for Friday's final against the same opposition.
Yeah, it's a finals in the preliminary stages here. And I think this will put a lot of confidence in any team that win this game to the going into the finals. So it's a very important game. Yeah, short of a good length. Trying to pull that one is Glasgow. Didn't get any bat on it at all. Both umpires standing up is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One obviously played for West Indies in Curdle Jack. Played in the days when Juliana Nero, also from St. Vincent, was playing for West Indies.
Ooh, a bit of lift there from Holly Charles. Certainly causing a bit of problems, a bit of discomfort for Glasgow with that particular length. Charles not afraid to use the middle of the wicket, as they would say.
Yeah, she's the one that looks to go into the pitch, that extra bounce. I was talking about our umpires in this game. And smashed. Not finding the gap this time. Looks disappointing. Looks a bit disappointed is Janela Glasgow, but we was talking about the umpires. Next umpire who's at square leg is Maria Abbott's. Probably one of our most experienced female umpires here. Did the CPL. And not just the CPL, the women's CPL finals, which is a big thing for her. Sister of the coach for the St. Vincent team, Samantha Lynch, who also is a coach for the Barbados Royals. Have a few CPLs under her belt. So, a lot of experienced people out here today. Yeah, wide again. Something that I think that's plaguing the players is the extras, Kato.
Yes, we've seen quite a few extras in this tournament. And we applauded the efforts of Vincentian bowlers earlier. They were able to minimize the extras that they gifted to the opposition in this encounter. I'm sure Grenada will be looking to do more of the same. This one is punched through that region again and should get a boundary, Glasgow. You mentioned her disappointment previously, but on this occasion, bisecting that gap between extra cover and mid-off, and it rushes into the fence for 4.
Yeah, I told you, she always find the gap. She would find the gap all the time. Using a good piece of willow as well. It's Glasgow. You can pack the offside all you want. In this same over earlier, she hit one straight to the field at cover. She just hit it a little bit to her left. Finding the gap. Easy as ever. This could run away to the boundary as well. Finding the edge. Yeah, just holding up at the edge. Running 2. Not a bad over for St. Vincent. Likes to visit the middle of the pitch. Is Holly Charles. Reminds me of the Nixon McLean. Used to bowl pretty fast back in his day for the West Indies team. Loves the dirt, is a Nixon McLean. Speaking of fast bowlers and Nixon McLean, we also have Cameron Coffey from St. Vincent, who played for West Indies. Winston Davis. Just singling out talking about the fast bowlers. Ian Allen as well. Played for West Indies back in the day. Those guys love the middle of the pitch. And who would blame them? Used to bowl some good heat. Yeah. New bowler is Raquel. Starting with a fuller delivery, attacking the stump. Something that she did in the last game pretty well. First over in the last game she played catch was dropped off her and she came back in that same over and picked up a wicket. So she's that type of wicket to wicket bowler. No sort of pace. But she always challenges the stump, hitting it straight down the ground, through the legs. 4 runs for Homer.
A bit of a misfield there from the fielder there at mid-on. It was struck quite firmly by Homer. Seemed to be timing it quite well at this time. Full length delivery coming forward, but really not the best of efforts there from the fielder at mid-on. And it rushes into the fence. So a bit of momentum now back into the Vincent Women batting effort. 37 without loss.
You need to get down. You need to get down. It is something that you hear over the years when you're just coming into cricket, that long barrier. Get that knee to the heel. If it misses your hands, it hits your heel. And this is all Homer needs to do. Get herself in, give herself a chance. She's now on 12. Yeah, smashing that to covers again. Finding the gap is Homer. Doing a fine job now. She just needs to bat, Kato.
Indeed, so a very good shot again there from Homer. Mentioned she's been impressive so far, especially on the front foot. Afforded the opportunity on that occasion again to free her arms through the offside. Thankfully for her and the Vincentian team, finding the gap to perfection, rushes into the fence for 4. So a bit of momentum, as we mentioned, coming into the Vincentian innings with quite a few boundaries in the last 3 overs or so. 3 deliveries or so.
Yeah, if you could see that replay again, it's the position she was in, Kato, when she played that shot. Look at that front, getting close to the ball. Yeah, really good hands to the ball, hitting it nicely to the covers. This is a 3rd boundary. Flirting a little bit with danger there. Get some button to it, hitting it down to fine leg. She just needs to give herself a chance. Just remember, Homer is not really resided in St. Vincent again. She's over there in England in the army, and she would always fly back to play for St. Vincent. This is what you call commitment and playing for that flag, playing for your country. This is good. And it would be even better if she can bat through this innings and take a team home. Giving St. Vincent that confidence to go into the finals against this same team, because that's what this game is about. Being able to give you that confidence to go into that last day of this tournament.
Agreed. We'll also take some of the pressure from the likes of Janelia and Mackie. We all know their abilities, and they've proven time and time again in this tournament that they can deliver the goods. But if some of the other players can really put their hands up and be counted, it all goes well for the Vincentian team.
And that one just sort of straightened on Glasgow, just pushing it through cover. No run. Yeah, she's that type of bowler. Wicket to wicket. Don't look to do anything out of the ordinary. It's Raquel. Yeah, too much weight this time. Too much weight this time. Just punching it just in front of point. Would get 2. What I like about Janela Glasgow in this tournament is the fact that she's getting better every game. She's picking form at the right time going into the West Indies tournament. And if she continued that in the West Indies tournament for the Windward Island team, it's only going to make West Indies cricket stronger with herself and someone like a Hayley Matthews, with a Afi Fletcher batting in the lower order for the West Indies. It's the end of the over. It's 44 without loss. But this is really good. I like the fact that she's really getting into her own, Kato. Just want to see her do a little bit more with her bowling, because that's where she started. But you don't want her to lose that. Someone like a Jack Callis, who played over the years and did extremely well with bat and ball. There's so much leagues around the world now where females are playing cricket at a high level, a high standard. There's a woman IPL, with her being able to hit the ball as she's doing now, batting at the top order and then bowling. And she has a decent slow ball and a good Yorker, so you don't want to lose that. So if she can continue to improve her batting and then get better at her bowling, don't let it slip. then the sky is the limit for her.
Very well articulated, Kesrick. As we see Fletcher being introduced into the attack. Different sort of challenge for these two, given her experience.
Yeah. She brings something different, and the first delivery is a no ball. Yeah, no ball called by umpire Jack. I'm wondering, is it a front foot no ball or is it feelers outside of the circle? I'm not sure. The keeper, hands probably going in front of the stump. Yeah, good work there from Maria Abbott. Yeah, free hit on offer. Just hitting it straight out to square leg, a single. Glasgow have to be very mindful here with the way she play. Afi Fletcher. Both players play for West Indies, so they will know exactly what is coming from each other. Afi obviously know how Glasgow hits the ball nice to the offside, but with her leg spin, the ball is coming into Glasgow. Hence the reason why she have that deep mid-wicket and a long on. Just 3 feelers outside. Next field outside is that feeler at sweep. So moving that short mid-wicket, I was wondering why. Ploying that one at extra cover. And then just try to shift that deep mid-wicket a bit squarer. Finding the edges. Glasgow just running it down to third man. It could be 2. Yeah, but running that first one too slow. She's looking for 2. She is trying to get 2. Yes, easy. And it could be 3 if she was looking. Yeah. Not good work here from Grenada. They're losing it. They need to stay tight. Miss Feel at short third man, the long barrier again. Kato not going down cleanly and not looking to retrieve it. Yeah, and then a bad throw from the feeler.
Yeah, a bit of sloppiness creeping into the play of the Grenadines. And Janelia, as we know, always ready to pounce on any sort of opportunity to put pressure on the fielders.
Finding the edge again. Can it run away to the boundary before? Doing chase is the feel at third man. Good work, pulling it back. They would get 2. This is probably one of the slowest pullback I've ever seen in my life, Kato. But she did some good work there.
Indeed so. Effective in the end. Always was going to be 2 runs there for Janita. Coming back to the danger end on this occasion.
This is the second time in the over Glasgow is getting it down to third man. So it simply means Afi isn't really turning the ball. She's sort of just pushing it across Glasgow. And she is a big turn of the ball. If it's one thing that you know about Afi Fletcher is that no matter what surface she's playing on, she would look to turn the ball as a leg spinner. She is a wicket taker. But at this point in time, she's just looking to push it across Glasgow.
Having said that, maybe a force slip might be a good option, Kesrick.
Yeah, if that's the way how she's going to operate. Yeah, that one spinning this time. Just a little, just straighten. No run on offer. Just need to get a line right, and if she do get that right today, whenever she's on, she usually take 3 or 4 with her. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Flighting it nicely. Glasgow looking to go over the mid-off. And looking a little bit stylish as Glasgow out there with the shades like a Shea Hope or a young Brian Lara. What do you think about that, Kato? Looking very stylish. I like it.
I think it's bold as well if she actually scores runs. And so far in the tournament, she has scored runs, so no issue at all.
Yeah, I like it. I like what I'm seeing from her. She looks to score nicely to the offside is Glasgow. Yeah, looking to give herself some room, hitting it through backward point, but just a single. It's the end of the over. The score is 51 without loss.
Decent over there for the Vincentian team, scoring 7 from that over from Fletcher. Fletcher, very experienced campaigner, as we've spoken at length about. West Indies player as well. So her spell is going to be crucial to the outcome of this game. I think from a Vincentian perspective, it's all about making sure that they limit the opportunities for wickets to her. She bowls her 4 overs, none for 20. I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with that.
Yeah, without taking a wicket. 3 main bowlers on the Grenada team is Afi Fletcher, Karina Noel and Holly Charles all play for the Windward Island team. So a lot will be expected of them with the ball in hand. Afi just bowling 1 over just outside the power play. Something that you usually see her do for her Grenada team. Always coming that last over of the power play or just outside the power play. She always introduces herself. Yeah, coming back, cutting out to cover. Yeah, just a single.
New bowler being Taylor Dick. Slow off spin. Haven't seen much of her in the tournament.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of Taylor to the tournament. Yeah, swinging that one out to deep mid wicket. Did it find the gap? Yes, it did. She's finding the gap now. It's Homer. Off spinner being introduced is Dick. And hitting that one over square leg boundary for 4.
Not the best of efforts on the deep square leg boundary there from Williams. I'm not sure if that's a position that the captain really should employ her at this time. Give her her lack of mobility to some extent. But it was well timed there from Homer. Once again, continues to impress. 22 from 19 deliveries. A short delivery there from Taylor. And as you mentioned, finding the gap there on the onside was Homer.
Yeah, down the ground again, straight to Holly. Easy catch. Getting a bit too sweet is Homer. Hitting it straight to Holly Charles. An easy catch. New bowler introduced. Dick doing the trick.
A very good catch there at mid-on from Holly Charles, just making her way slightly to her left. If you look at the replay once again, I think it was a well-flighted delivery, and there was Homer looking to pounce down the ground this time around. But just picking out Holly Charles there at mid-on, one of the more experienced fielders on the field, and in the end it was quite comfortable for her. But a very tidy innings there from Homer. Good partnership, 56 for the Vincentian team, but she has to go. It's 56 for 1.
Yeah, TD doing the breakthrough. Brings the captain to the crease. Jafina Joseph. Not a bad start from St. Vincent though. Just 7.3 overs, 56 for 1. Probably one of the better innings that you would have seen from Homer throughout this tournament. She came and supported her vice captain in Janila Glasgow. Glasgow is out there on 28, batting nicely. The skipper is at the crease now. She just needs to support Glasgow and how she's batting. Yeah, but good bowling change from the skipper. Using TD to get that breakthrough.
Captain Joseph coming into the wicket. Normally at the top of the order. We saw a slight change this afternoon with Homer taking strike from ball 1. So it's an opportunity for the captain coming in quite a comfortable position for the Vincentian team. 56 for 1, requiring just around 71 from 74 deliveries. So she still has some time where she can walk her way into the innings, get used to conditions. Another flighted delivery again there from Taylor. Well bowled. Sort of flight we mentioned Dean normally offers. Didn't see her in action today, Tonisha Dean.
Yeah, very similar to Dean. Yeah, this time pulling and pulling well. This looked like it may beat Holly to the boundary. Yes, it did. Sort of one of those teaser that makes you think you're going to get there, but you can't get there. Nice shot. Using the crease nicely is the skipper, Joseph. I'm pulling that one shoe long on. Easy boundary. First boundary for her. It's the end of the over. Nice over for Grenada, picking up that wicket, breaking that partnership between Homer and Glasgow. Score moves on to 60 for 1.
Positive start there from Jafina. Short of a length delivery going back. Mentioned using the depth of the crease on that occasion. As we saw in that replay, that size 12 there from Holly Charles, not really enough on that occasion as the ball just made it into the boundary. Yeah,
it was a teaser, Kate. I can remember going to the university when you get those sort of teasers. Guys in the stands will shout out and tell you to give up simple magic. That's what they call you. Yeah, punching it out to cover, no run. Yeah, it's always funny when you're chasing the ball, but you feel like you can get there, but there's no way you can get there. This looked like it was going to be close. Getting back is Janila Glasgow. What a bad effort from the keeper. Looking to flick, going through bat and pad. Yeah, I don't think she was balanced, the keeper. She was too tall. Hence the reason why she was moving so much behind the stump.
I think that was where the difficulty lies in terms of the ball going between bat and pad. It was a good take in the end, but such was the imbalance in terms of her positioning there, the wicket keeper. Really didn't get the opportunity to effect that run out. That stumping opportunity, sorry.
Yeah, nice. Janila pushing for 2. She's asking the skipper to run. Yeah, fit young ladies, Glasgow. She's looking to push for 2, wants to be on strike. And I think it's the better person to be on strike for skipper Afi Fletcher because the ball is coming into her. Zafina, on the other hand, the ball is going away from her because she's the right-hander. So she wants to face most of those deliveries from Afi Fletcher, which is good. Flighted this time, finding the edge, running away behind backward point. Fielder doing chase. Looks pretty close. I'm not sure. She's down for the count. Yeah, she's looking for another one. She's looking for another one. What are you doing, St.Vincent? And they throw the ball away, the keeper. Comedy of errors out there from Grenada and St.Vincent, Kato.
It's all happening here at the Islands Way Sporting Complex. A brilliant effort on the boundary there from the fielder. Seemed to have done some damage to herself as we see the physio making her way across the field. But apart from that, a lot happening on that 22 yards. An opportunity there for a run out. We spoke about Janelia looking for the opportunities to take those extra singles, but she has to be mindful that her partner doesn't have the same capabilities in terms of speed and endurance as she does. And on that occasion, that was evident. An opportunity there for the Grenadian team. I'm sure they'll be quite disappointed that they were not able to take advantage of that situation. But in the end, all's well that ends well for the Vincent team. 4 runs added to the total. It's now 66 for 1.
Yeah, it was all happening out there, Kato. 2 players down. 1 for St. Vincent, 1 for Grenada. The Grenada player, she was actually running the ball to the boundary and make a dive. Landed awkwardly. So our eyes was on her, on the ground, while action happening in the middle with Janila Glasgow and the skipper, Joseph. Joseph was standing her ground at the crease while Glasgow is looking for another one. But the keeper for Grenada, she could have run with the ball and take the bills off. She stayed halfway down the pitch and throw it at the stump, missing it, allowing Joseph to get back in a crease. So a comedy of errors out here. Physio came on, do some work with the fielder that was on the ground for Grenada. She looks fine. But yeah, this is what cricket is made of, excitement. And this is what we paid for. This is what we paid to come and see, Kato. Excitement.
Indeed so. So 4 runs from that delivery. Remember, it was an outside edge through that third man region.
Yeah, Glasgow is not looking for a run this time. It just run 4. So that definitely going to take a lot out of her. She was down for the count as well. She needs to stay there as Glasgow if they need to get close to winning this game. Afi flighting it, Glasgow hitting it straight to cover again. Good work there by Tiddy. I say Tiddy, not technical director. That's Taylor Dake, I'll mind you. Yeah, but it's the end of the over. It is 66 for 1.
Reasonable over again from the Vincentian team. 6 runs coming from that over. We spoke about the approach towards Afi Fletcher. So far, the approach seemed to be one of a measured approach. In terms of trying to walk the ball into the gaps. We saw a couple of booming jives there from Grenada. A bit risky with the ball spinning back into her, but so far she's been able to get very close to the pitch of those deliveries. As start of the 10th over, to be Taylor Dick again. First over conceding 9. Got the wicket, got the breakthrough for the Grenadian team. I'm sure she'll be hoping to do more of the same. This one is short and punch to the fielder there at cover. I think it's Fletcher. Busting through her fingers. And I think that's another opportunity there for the Grenadian team to get rid of Joseph. She's living a charmed life as the total moves up to 67 for 1.
Yeah, hit with some power. It's Joseph. She's a big unit. She packs a punch. Bursts into the hands of Afi Fletcher. And you know if it goes through the hands of Afi Fletcher, it's a good shot with some power. Afi Fletcher, a good feeler. Probably one of the better feelers for the Grenada team. Yeah, trying to give herself some room, using the crease well, trying to hit it over. Fine leg. It's Glasgow. But batting nicely is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The required run rate now is 5.45. They're going at 7 slow. Janila Glasgow just giving herself a little bit of room and punching it out to cover. Not looking like herself, looking a little bit like she's limping. I hope it's nothing too serious.
I think she's still recovering from that 4 runs that she ran a couple of deliveries ago. Ooh, good delivery. Bit of drift.
Yeah, if you look at that back foot of Josephina Joseph, it's not grounded. Yeah, losing the crease well, hitting it out to mid-wicket. Would not go to the boundary for 4. Holly doing chase, just a single. Yeah, Josephina Joseph, I like her mode of operation since she came in. She's looking to score, rotating the strike nicely. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice of Janila Glasgow waiting on the fielder who's getting into place, which is Holly Charles down there at the long on boundary. Bowler didn't really see what's happening behind the back. Yeah, nice play. Just running it just behind point. Why? Why are you doing this, Grenada? There's nobody backing up and you're still throwing the ball. Like, this is not smart at all. You're giving away runs. The keeper tried to retrieve the ball. The fielder at point picks it up before the keeper get there and still throw it at the stump without any backup. That's just giving runs away. Should have been 1, turned out to be 2.
There's a bit of sloppy cricket creeping into the Grenadian game. It's again a quick single. A chance to run out here. Diving effort there from Joseph. think she just made it in the end. Something to keep your eye on in terms of the running between the wickets, something I spoke about earlier as well. Joseph here being pushed to the limit by Glasgow, really. I'm sure she'll call for some water at some point in time.
Well, it's a water break now, Kato, but I'm pretty sure that conversation between the skipper and the vice skipper would go something like, listen, you need to take your time with me. I just get here. You're probably fitter than I am. Please take your time with me, my vice skipper. But it's good work from both. Just need to communicate a lot better. She's always on her knees. Is Zafina Joseph. Janila Glasgow is still standing tall. But it's the end of the over. It's 73 for 1. As we take a small drinks break here. Game between Grenada and St. Vincent here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium. We'll be back in a few to continue proceedings. Yes, we're back here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium to continue the proceedings here between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenada team in the women's Windward Island T20 Championship. St. Vincent on 74, losing 1 wicket. Grenada batting first, scoring 126 for 5. St. Vincent doing chase. Just need 53 more runs for a victory of 9.5 overs or so. With me in combox is Mr. Roberts. Good morning to you.
Well, I was saying good afternoon to the viewers of this broadcast. It's St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting 74 for the loss of 1 wicket. And at this stage...
cutting is Joseph going over backward point. Just a single. Janela Glasgow is always looking for the second run. But as Kato mentioned, she needs to understand who she's running with. and the level of fitness might not be the same. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines is chugging along nicely, Roberts.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, Grenada was at 53 for the loss of 4 wickets. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines is definitely in the driver's seat as we see another one going down the leg side. No signal by the umpire. Batting is Jafina Joseph, 6 from 6. Janelia Glasgow, 39 from 36. Bowling is Tyrell into her 4th over.
Yeah, this is the first over for Jada Tyrell. That one just straightening on Glasgow. I hope she's fine. Well, she must be fine because she's bowling now. Had a little bit of difficulty earlier when she dived for that ball on the boundary. Physio came on, checked her. She's bowling now, so I'm guessing that she is fine. As we mentioned earlier, this game is really a game that people in the stand, the spectators, will definitely say or would give any team that win this game today the confidence going into the finals on Friday, because it's somewhat a finals in the preliminary stage, because both teams went unbeaten throughout the tournament. So any team that wins today would feel confident going into the last game on Friday, which is the finals. Fuller delivery pitched up, hit it straight to extra cover. It's Glasgow.
I'm happy to see that at least Homer came out today, Kez, and doing what she do, giving the Vincentian team a very good start up front there. And I want to believe that is basically the best start we have saw from them in the tournament so far.
Yeah, and at the right time as well. If it's the time to peak, it would be now going into the finals on Friday. Yeah, the best start we have seen from them, definitely. Homer stepping up. The first game she batted at number 4. Today she opened and she really showed that she prefer batting at the top. Give herself a chance and give a good start to St. Vincent with her vice captain in Janelia Glasgow, who is batting nicely. Pack leg side field there for the Grenada team. Long off, deep mid wicket. Well, long on, sorry. Deep mid wicket and deep square leg. And the short mid wicket. Taylor not really spinning the ball a great deal, but she's very slow to the air, somewhat very similar to Dean from St. Vincent. She gives the ball a lot of air. But the thing about Taylor and Dean is the fact that when they flight it, they don't flight it right under the bat. You have to chip. And we haven't seen a lot of these female players advancing to hit the ball down the ground or even over mid-wicket. Because that's where most of these females hit the ball, through mid-wicket. That right hand always take over. We haven't seen a lot of female batters hitting the ball through the cover using their top hand. Lot of females use their bottom hand, so they tug the ball through the mid-wicket region. If you want to see a female hit the ball through the cover, give us until next week, when someone like a Hayley Matthews comes to St. Vincent. Not playing for West Indies anymore is Brittany Cooper from Trinidad, but hits the ball to the offside nicely. Nice high elbow. Use her front arm nicely. And if you want to see a few more sixes being hit in this tournament, it can come down next week as well, because Joseph is playing for Leewards now. Kiana Joseph played for St. Lucia a couple of years, but now is living in St. Kitts. Yeah, shot into the pitch, misfeel at short mid-wicket, giving away a single. Saw some lusty blows last year, Roberts. Kiana Joseph. The finals last year was very entertaining.
Well, she's definitely a big unit, Kez, and seeing her play for West Indies, you know, I sat on my couch many times and I just call in, why Kiana is not in the wicket as yet? Because I definitely love to see her bat, and as you say, she will definitely be on show here this coming week. That's a very good shot. But no run. Right, but just to make mention, because all 4 teams on show here today will be here back on Friday for the 3rd and 4th place playoff at 10 a.m. in the morning. And at 2 p.m., St. Vincent will take on Grenada in the final of the Women's T20 Championship.
Yeah, they are the defending champions, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it would be good for them to go, back-to-back championship, and to do it in St. Vincent would even be better in front of your home crowd. It's good to see we have a few spectators in the stand. Saw the deputy commissioner out there, also superintendent of police and the assistant commissioner sitting in the stand. Those guys love their cricket, so they will definitely come and support their cricket. I hope I haven't said anything wrong. Are they supposed to be here, Rafi? It's all good. They're good guys.
Very, very good bowling from Taylor. No run off for overs yet so far in the 3rd over. Has going 1 for 17 from 2.5.
Yeah, picked up a wicket in the 1st over. Yeah, just turning it down to square leg is Glasgow. Just a single. At this moment now, they don't have to do anything rash. They have been chugging along nicely. Still 50 runs to go. Yeah, the current run rate dipped a little, but it's still okay. But it's the end of the over. It's 77 for 1.
Happy to see that the vice captain and the captain is out there in the middle. And we both know what the vice captain can do once she stay there to the end. I don't think she wants to bat all 20 overs to chase this target down. Needed 50 more from 48 deliveries. Is the captain and the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines out there in the middle, as we see the physio for Grenada team is running onto the field. Not sure what is really happening out there at the moment. And I think she's going to give the attention of the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines some assistant. The Windwards physio. So with the score on 77 for the loss of 1 wicket after 12 overs, 50 needed from the final 48 deliveries, St. Vincent and the Grenadines could clearly say that they are in the driver's seat. But if Grenada to pick up some wickets here, St. Vincent could probably find himself in some trouble, because
Yeah, definitely. The only thing that can help Grenada now is some wickets. They need to pick up wickets. Pretty sure if Glasgow stays there for the next 4 to 5 overs, yeah, you can call it curtains down from there. Wide delivery. Still the extras plaguing this tournament. Yeah, just need to see a little bit more consistency in terms of the bowling from these females. Don't want them to go into the West Indies women tournament bowling like this. Need to hit better areas. Someone that I think is shaping up nicely as well for this tournament and for the future going forward is someone like a Ross from St. Lucia. Selena Ross played for the West Indies on the 19, I think. So left arm pacer. Still a little bit more work to be done in terms of a run-up, a stride, being able to get to the crease, staying upright. Yeah, this one just smashed through cover. Just a single. Yeah, Glasgow always looking for 2, Roberts. But yeah, it's just a little bit more work that she has to do to get to where she wants to get to. But I think she's one for the future. Is Selena Ross from St. Lucia. Holly Charles show a little bit of potential last year, making her debut for the Windward Island team. Started well for Grenada. So I'm expecting that she's one of those players that may be in the Windwards team coming next week. Noel from Grenada is one of those players as well that played for Windwards last year. Scored over 40 today. So it's good to have this tournament right on the brink of the West Indies tournament, so you have some cricket behind you. Yeah, Zafina shaping up to look like she wants to go to mid-wicket with that one. Just play it back down the ground, a dot ball. She's one of those players as well that I think should have been a bit further in terms of her cricket. Captain St.Vincent for a while, but just think she lose a lot of momentum when it comes to her cricket. Going down the ground is Zafina. Did she get enough? Not sure. Afi is under it. Between both players. Between Noel and Fletcher. Noel is coming in. Afi is running back. Afi is looking at her. Not sure what she's saying, but I'm pretty sure as a cricketer she's saying, you are coming in, it is your catch.
As we see the replay here again, no one seems to want it, Kesrick. Both fielders end up looking at each other. But as you rightly said, no one is coming in. It should have definitely been her catch. Afi is running back. Both players basically gave it up, and the ball dropped between both players.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times on the cricket field, ball dropping between both players. Yeah, down the leg side again.
As I made mention earlier, that I think the left and right combination is definitely giving the bowlers a lot of headache. And we've seen it from Grenada. I saw it from St. Vincent and the Grenadines when Hooper was bowling. And we are now seeing the same thing here from Tyrrell. With the score now on 81 for the loss of 1 wicket. Final delivery in the 13th. Just nudge round the corner for a single is the vice captain of St. Vincent, Glasgow. Takes his score up to 82 for 1 at the end of over number 13.
Yeah, definitely keeping the strikers Glasgow. No intentions to get 2. Just a tuck round to square leg. And she's a fit person to be on strike. She's hitting the ball well. She's rotating the strike. She's finding the gaps. One of the players that I see in this tournament that is actually hitting the ball in the gaps. Not seeing a lot of that from a lot of the players, but definitely can put my hand up for Janela Glasgow in the way how she picks the gap. Really just knocking it around now. Really good start. She was looking to hit the boundaries in the first 6-7 overs or so. But now is the middle phase of the game, and you could see a different Glasgow batting now. Down the ground again she goes. Just a single. Yeah, she's just looking to bat to this middle phase, get the odd boundary, hit a few singles. I think they'll be fine from there. Just 44 needed from a 41 deliveries. Yeah, coming across the stump. It's Joseph. Just a little bit too much coming inside the line, trying to work it down to find like there's no one there. Using a feet, not getting the right connection. Not something that we have seen a lot from the females. Using their feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it down the ground for 4 or for 6. Tell you what, saw a lot of that last year from Joseph, using her feet pretty well, hitting it for 6. But we'll be in for a treat next week. Yeah, using her feet nicely again. Just hitting it down too long on. Just a single. But yeah, we'll be in for a treat next week when the West Indies female tournament will be playing here. I know the player that I want to see on show. Any player in mind, Roberts? Yeah, he's speechless. He just said Matthews though. Yeah, giving herself some room, cutting it through cover, just a single. They do have a feeler out there on the sweep boundary. I'm gonna ask that question to all my commentators today. Who do you want to see on show starting next week with the West Indies female tournament? I have two players that I want to see on show.
I do want to believe, because if you have asked the question, which team do you really want to see starting the tournament, it might be a bit more easier getting the name out there, you know, and because asking which player, a lot of us will
Yeah,
definitely...
this could be scary. Is it scary, Roberts? She looks like she get home nicely.
I don't think so. I think she's home safely. What I was saying, asking the question, which player, I do think a lot of us will basically be picking one name out of the bag.
I'm picking two.
Well, I basically will be picking one, which is Matthews.
You'll be picking one, Matthews.
Yes. I've been following her cricket a lot, so...
I want to see more of Chanel Henry than Matthews. Because then I'm going to be seeing batting and bowling. Yes, Matthews is one of our best spinners. You will be seeing batting and bowling. But Henry with a fast bowling and the pace and can hit the ball a mile. We saw her scoring 100 last year. There was a lot of excitement in the comebox. So I'm definitely sure with all the stars being here, the dotting, the Matthews, Chanel Henry. Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of excitement up here next week.
Start off the 14th over. Sponge down the ground for a single by St.Vincent and the Grenadines. Captain Jafina Joseph. Turning over the strike to our vice captain, St.Vincent and the Grenadines, vice captain Glasgow, who is on 44 from 49.
They don't want to take things lightly, St. Vincent. They don't want to bring it too close. Captain of Grenada still have a few overs in the bag. Just punching it down the ground is Glasgow. Just looking for a single, just turning it around now. Just rotating the strike nicely.
Joseph is on 12 from 17. Somebody need to really have a move on here. Probably get the big hit in. And this is definitely what she's trying to do. One straight down the ground, I definitely would have bring the run rate a bit down. Because as you notice, the required run rate is climbing over a 7 or over now.
Yeah. Janila Glasgow just looking to the cover, pointing to the covers. Hit the ball through the covers. Hit it on the offside. That's what she's asking of a skipper. And she did hit it through the offside. Just a single though. And you don't want it to get to high that required on it, because then you feel like you're behind the 8 ball and you have to go at everything, Roberts. And that is not the position St. Vincent want to put themselves in. Yes, they have someone like a Chanel Mackie in the hut.
I think definitely they have Mackie, they have Chris as well. So I think hence the reason why the skipper is going to try to play this kind of aggressive role that she playing at this time to get someone like the likes of Chris or Mackie in, who can basically finish this game in a quick.
Yeah, the most important thing here is Glasgow not getting out. She needs to get to her 50 as soon as possible. Zafina is the one now. Have to take up that mantle of trying to get the boundaries. Glasgow have to back to the end. Yeah, short and wide, cutting it behind point. Could be 2. She's looking for 2. Always looking for 2 is Glasgow. Pushing herself. Looking nicely out there in her sunglasses under the helmet. Looking like a young Christopher Henry Gale. With the Durac flying in the breeze here at Arnos Vale. Yeah, look a little bit winded now. It's a little bit surprising that Glasgow is on bended knees and Zafina is the one that's standing tall. Yeah, but She was out there from get-go from ball 1. It's the end of that over. The score is now 91 for 1. And skipper coming back is Afi Fletcher. Just 13 runs from our 2 overs. I think if they can keep her out, if she can bowl at least 4 overs for 20 runs, as was mentioned by Kato earlier, I think that will be good for them, and try to score off the other bowlers, because you don't want to try to score off someone of her caliber. She's that type of bowler that looks to spin the ball in any condition, and with the experience she possesses. You have to be very careful finding the edge, going across that one. Yes, and it will get to the boundary for 4. A fortuitous boundary for skipper Joseph, but that will be happy for St. Vincent.
Very well said, because at this point of the game, Grenada was 86 for the loss of 4. So St. Vincent is just slightly ahead in terms of runs. Captain and vice captain at the crease, passing on instruction to one another. Really nice for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to have a victory here. Also nice for Grenada, the folks in Grenada, to see a victory. As you see that one tug around the corner, only for a single, brings the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines on strike.
Yeah, this is good for St. Vincent. Already 5 runs off the over. And if he could get at least 10 runs off Afi Fletcher over, 4 balls to go. So if you can do it safely off Afi Fletcher, who is their main bowler, the skipper, the well-experienced Afi Fletcher, played for West Indies for all the years, then they'll be good. And I mentioned if they can get 20 off her 4 overs, but they're already at 18. Yeah, short and wide again, cut out to deep point. Fielder doing chase. They're getting around nicely, would be 2. Just taking away nicely here is Glasgow. Something that I'm surprised with is that she's not looking to flight the ball to Glasgow at all. Really just looking to push it across her.
Glasgow on 49.
Yeah, looking to work that one down to square leg. Didn't get any bat on it. So 7 runs off the over already. And I say already because of the experience of Fletcher. So if you can get at least 30 runs off of 4 overs without getting a wicket, you have just won. Yeah, pushing that one behind point. Fielder doing chase. And this could be a run out. It looks like a run out. Yeah, it is. It is a run out. Savage. This is not... You can't be in this position and give up like that. I'm not sure what the skipper is saying, but she looked like she's out a mile. So we want to see that replay. The fielder was very deep. She was sitting on the circle. She came in as hard as ever. Yeah, we want to see that replay because from where I am, it looks close. Yeah, going across Glasgow. And she was kind of sitting on a bat as well. Fielder came in. Good pickup. Yeah, you can't really judge from it. She's out, definitely. But she dropped the ball, so I'm wondering if that's what she's talking about. So she's standing at the boundary line. We're waiting because the ball did come out of the keeper hands. So we want to see that again. So the ball did fall out of the keeper hands, Roberts. But we still want to see. Yeah, the keepers, the umpires are having a discussion. Yeah, the fielder was sort of sitting on the circle, but she did came in quick enough this time because they were always squeezing a single at point. Picked it up nicely. Glasgow, Joseph knows she's a long way out. She did catch the ball. Oh, the ball is out of her hands. This looked like the ball is out of her hands just before connection with the stump. Yeah, I'm not sure what that decision is, but I think that's not out. I think that's not out, Roberts.
Yeah,
definitely.
From what we have looked all those replays, I think that's not out for me. But in the middle, the umpire made the final decision, and the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has just been run out. New batter in is Tracy Byron. So with the score now on 98 for the loss of 2, we are in the over number 16. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines' required run rate is 6.96.
Just really want to see that again, Roberts, because after this delivery, we want to have a look at that again because the ball was already coming out of the keeper's glove. Yeah, finding the edge with the turn again is Fletcher. Glasgow is still there, but it was a cheeky run. I would really love to see that replay again, Roberts, because the ball was already coming out of the keeper's glove. It wasn't the smartest of run. That's that delivery to Tracy Byron, the first delivery to her. Yeah, a little bit of turn. That back foot just pulling away. Glasgow not interested in getting that run. Sort of surprised that it's Tracy Byron at the crease. Was expecting someone like a Mackie who hits the ball nicely. Yeah, wide down the leg side again. Really have to check the scorers to find out how much extras bowl in today's game as well. I'm pretty sure so far this tournament we have seen over 60 extras. This is not good for the cricket. Yeah, that one just keeping low. Yeah, so St. Vincent don't want to make it come down to a point that they are behind the 8 ball. Pretty surprised that Tracy Byron is at the crease. Would prefer to see someone like a Chanel Mackie who hits the ball. And this one is out. She's out, looking to cut it behind point. Is it the same fielder who effected that run out? She is in the game. It's Raquel. Again, looking to cut it behind point. Really good work by Raquel. Just a stretch. Yeah, she looks like she's in the game now. Easy catch. Grenada is off. The main batter, Engineer Glasgow, she's gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now 99 for 3.
With the score 99 for 3, we see the hard hitting Chanel Mackie. St. Vincent and the Grenadines still in need of 28 runs from 3.4 deliveries. Who will win this encounter between Grenada and St. Vincent? I do believe it's even Stevens here at Arnos Stadium. Because we know what Chanel Mackie could do. But Afi still have another over up her sleeve, Kez. And this game could go either way.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, the feeler is Paul. A sharp turn man there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that our director downstairs will feel very happy that a Paul took a catch because he's a Paul as well. So I'm pretty sure that he's smiling downstairs. Not sure if there's any connection there. I'll have to ask him after this broadcast. Yeah, Chanel Mackie finding the edge. We call that a French cut here in St. Vincent. Just a single. She have to feel lucky as well. That didn't go on to the stump. But yeah, there's a little bit of excitement in the game now. as I mentioned earlier with K2, that whoever win this game will just give them a lot more confidence going into the Friday game. Chanel Mackie is at the crease now with Tracy Byron. So 2 batters at the crease. 2 new batters. They don't have time to get settled. They have to score 27 runs still to get off 21 balls. Yeah, Tracy Byron with that high back left, hitting it down the ground. Would it go to the boundary? No. Noel doing chase. Good work down there from Noel. Yeah, she's one of the better fielders herself. Afi Fletcher. But I have to put Paul in the mix now. You know, a lovely catch by Paul. Good work by Raquel. We effected that run out. So right now, Grenada is looking like the team that is full of jaunty roads. So you can't hit it in the air. You can't hit it on the ground. What are you going to do, St. Vincent? Yeah, Shannon Mackie going down the ground. Did she get enough bat under it? Holly running in. Dropping a catch again. It's Grenada. Looking at her bat. It's Chanel Mackie. They have to be careful here, Roberts. They have to be careful.
You have to be very, very careful because you made the call earlier asking that when Byron actually walked in the crease, why Mackie hasn't been there. Now she is there, but she just lofted one in the air. Unfortunately for the fielder, it spelled on the ground. We still have in the hut, we have crease to come. We have Bentic. This should be taken by the keeper. And St. Vincent lost another wicket at the score 102.
Shot into the pitch. Nowhere close to hitting the ball down the ground. Only finding the edges, Tracy Byron. Easy catch by the keeper. Easy catch by Williams, my family. Good work from her. Yeah, St. Vincent is putting themselves deeper into a hole here. They need to be careful. Yes, the game is not out of the waist. Even Stevens now. Just 25 runs. 18 deliveries. Within these 25 runs, you at least just need 2 boundaries or 3 boundaries, whether it's 6 or 4. And they have to try to get one this over. If this over goes by without a boundary, just remember, the skipper still have 1 over to go and she will be coming from the other end. Chanel Mackie is a right-hander. The ball is going away from her. Hooper, sorry, she's a left-hander. So the ball is coming into her. My apologies. Hooper is also a left-hander. So they will be hitting to the bigger side. If in fact the skipper decides to bowl that next over. Chanel Mackie just pushing it down to short mid-wicket. Not looking for a single. She's the type of batter that looks to go far, looks to go deep, looks to go high. She also plays football and netball, and you know you have to throw the netball very high. Chanel Mackie looking to go to mid-wicket hard. Just a single. Hooper is on strike now. Speaking of Hooper, her family in St. Vincent is known for sports. Very good runners, very good cricketers and footballers. Well, I'm not sure about the football because Shaman Hooper, who is a very good cricketer, played for St. Vincent, claimed that he's a good footballer, but not too sure about that. But talented cricketer he is. Come from a family that loves sports, play sports, and also run for St. Vincent, play football and cricket for St. Vincent. Loud shout from Noel on move Roberts. Yeah, so things are getting tight here for St. Vincent. Still 24 runs to get. A game that looks so good for them. We saw that yesterday, not yesterday, day before, Roberts, with Dominica and St. Lucia. Dominica and Grenada, sorry.
Because this is a tricky period here where you're still in need of 23 from 14 somebody really have to able to clear the boundaries. Singles won't do it from here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, definitely not going to do it. As I mentioned, before this over start, they need to get at least 2 to 3 boundaries if they want to win this game. If they get to 2 or 3 boundaries, mathematically it brings things down tremendously for them. Wide delivery, they also have this to deal with in terms of extras from Grenada, because we know the inconsistency of the bowlers throughout this tournament. Almost every single over bowled in this tournament, we think there's a wide in it. Yeah. Chanel Maki just clearing that front leg, looking to go down the ground, but dead ball signal, umpire Alberts. I think the towel for Noel probably just slipped out of her waist on delivery. How upsetting you would have been. I'm just thinking about it now, knowing that St. Vincent is in this position. Chanel Maki just hit it. Let's just say she hit a 6 off that delivery, but then it's a dead ball. Yeah, down the ground she goes now. Chanel Maki, just a single to the most experienced player in Afi Fletcher. Yeah, Arika Hooper. It's not the biggest out there. Very small in stature. Very petite. Yeah, into the pads, just flicking it out to deep square leg. Just a single. As Robert mentioned, it's not going to do it for them, the singles, but 12 deliveries to go. Chanel Maki is still there. They still need 20 runs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The score now is 107 for 4.
As we're given Chanel Maki is there, I do believe that Grenada is definitely in the driver's seat here at the moment. St. Vincent need 20 from the final 2 overs. Chanel Maki and Hooper is at a wicket. But I do believe with the captain of Grenada, of Afi Fletcher, is back on here. This one definitely, if St. Vincent don't get to maximum from this, Grenada will walk away with this game in their pocket.
Yeah, they need at least 2 boundaries off this over. Afi Fletcher spinning the ball into Hooper. When she was bowling to Glasgow, she wasn't looking to spin the ball either. But now there's a deep mid-wicket, long on and deep square leg. Looking to bowl the ball into the pads, flicking it out to deep square leg. Hooper looking for 2. Chanel Maki will not be interested in that. I can tell you what. She needs the strike. She knows that if St. Vincent and the Grenadines need to win this game, it have to be from my bat. Good piece of willow she has there, you know.
So it comes down to power versus spin.
Yeah, she's standing on off stump. Afi Fletcher looking to spin the ball, hitting it through mid-wicket region. Did it go for 4? No, she's looking for 2. Holly Charles overrunning it. Yeah, nothing but elevation. No sort of distance. Yeah, she would go high. Yeah, Afi Fletcher just asking for extra feeler. Is it, or she's changing it? Asking Noel to go down to the long on boundary. Asking Holly to come round to deep mid-wicket. And Noel is now at long on. Probably just thinking that could have been a catch. Asking Taylor Dick to come at extra cover. Yeah, pushing that one straight to Taylor Dick. Not looking for a single. Yeah, she's very quick in there, Dick. I think that is a more suitable spot for Taylor. She looks like a person who is very quick in the circle. Yeah, Chanel Maki trying to go deep again. Passing through the keeper. Raquel doing chase. Looking for 2 is Chanel Maki. Hooper is not moving. This could be a run out. No, they got there safely. This is I can't understand what is going on here. A lot of ball watching. I mean, it's a lot of excitement. It is what we paid for, Ruffy. But at the end of the day, we still have to play smart cricket. Chanel is done for the count. Yeah, she just needs to get one over the boundary. 15 to go. 2 deliveries in this over. Yeah.
Because if you're the bowler in this situation, how much more you think is good enough for the final over?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of it. But in this case, according to who's going to bowl that last over, which I'm thinking is going to be Noel, who bowls good pace. And she do have a good slow ball. I'm thinking she can leave at least 12 for Noel. That's good. Yeah, Chanel Mackie just pushing it out to long on. Not looking for 2. She wants the strike. So this is smart from Mackie. This is smart from Mackie. She wants the strike. So she takes a singler off the second to last delivery. 1 delivery to go. So Hooper should just go at it. This is somewhat a free hit for Hooper. If she gets out, it's fine. Hooper trying to go big. Is Mackie gonna go for the run? Yes, she do. I'm wondering if it's just smart or lapse in concentration. I'm not sure. But Mackie is puffing a lot. But it's the end of the over. I was thinking no matter what, even though if it's a single, Mackie should be on strike for the start of the last over.
Well, there should be a conversation between the 2 batters out there. And at least try to get Hooper off strike as soon as possible. The very, very first ball, she should at least have a go.
I can tell you what would happen if I am the coach for St. Vincent. The fact that the stands are all around, anything that you say on the field, I'm pretty sure anyone can hear it. So if I'm the coach, I'm going to shout, stay on strike. No matter what. You have to start the last over. You are our power hitter. You have to be on strike for the last over. Yeah, hitting it down the ground is Hooper. Drop catch by Holly again. Chanel is not looking for another one. So just a single. Yeah, a bit of excitement here in this game. So the last 2 games that we have here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium in Dominica versus Grenada, and now St. Vincent against Grenada. I think Grenada is the team that brings the excitement, Roberts.
Do you think that we're going to see another super over here today in this encounter between St. Vincent and
I'm
Grenada?
not sure. I'm not sure. But I'm buckled in. I'm ready for the ride. Chanel Mackie giving herself room. Well bowled by Noel, going to her pad. She knows that Chanel Mackie like arms, hence the reason why she was going away, drifting away to the leg side. But well bowled by Karina Noel, looking to bowl to the pads. Yeah, and Chanel Mackie is batting on 4th stump, that is. Going away again, Chanel Mackie looking to go down ground. Going over the head of Holly. Would get 2. Good work by the skipper, Afi Fletcher. Only elevation there, no distance. It's the second time Mackie is trying to go down the ground for 6. Not getting enough bat on that. 3 deliveries to go, 10 runs to get. Oh, Ruffy.
All Grenada need here from her on is just 2 dot ball.
Oh, you mentioned a super over.
1 wicket will help because 2 dot ball will seal the deal. St. Vincent still in need of 10. 1 maximum, 1 boundary.
I'll tell you something about commentary, because you just asked for a wicket. Would it happen? No, it won't. Down the ground again. Would it go for 4? Definitely would. What a time to get a boundary. I only asked for 2. This is 1. Yeah, going to the leg side, giving herself a bit of room, Ruffy. Punching it down the ground. Straight as an arrow. Yeah, now they need 6 from 2. You mentioned a super over. Is it going to be a bit more excitement today, Roberts?
Well, that boundary that just come off the bat of Maki is what she have been looking for the previous ball before. But unfortunately, she get 2. So what's on offer here now is 6 runs from the final 2 deliveries. Maki on strike. Noel with the ball in hand. Long on, long off.
Yeah, trying to give herself room again. Hitting it through middle wicket. A dive. They would get 2. Maki's looking for 2. Yeah, that show wasn't successful. Bad show. They are down now to 4 runs, 1 delivery. The last time it was 5 runs and 1 delivery to go. Now it's 4, 1 delivery to go. Maki is puffing. If they do get it through the gap, can they run 3? At least. Yeah, a good bit of excitement here in the Windward Island Women T20 Championship here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The game against Grenada and Dominica was packed with a lot of excitement, went straight into the super over. I was sitting here with my co-commentator Roberts and we enjoyed every bit of it. Every bit. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just remember, this is somewhat a finals in the preliminary stage because both teams would be playing the finals on Friday. So whoever win this game, it's just a confidence booster, or it would be somewhat a confidence booster for any team. This is good for Noel, bowling in the back end of a game. This is good experience for her. Chanel Maki swivel, hitting the body. They look for one. Grenada celebrating. Celebrating as Grenada. Hooper is looking for the run again, but a run out. Grenada celebrating nicely. Winning this game here today. They held their nerve nicely, Roberts. And this will be a big confidence booster for Grenada. Smart bowling from Noel. Realizing that Chanel Maki likes the arms and keeping it close to the body, because whenever it's close to the body, she sort of look like she can't really give herself any room to play any sort of shots. And that's what she did on this last delivery after having a conversation with her skipper. Really well done to Grenada. That's their 3rd victory in this tournament. So they will walk into the finals unbeaten here in St. Vincent in the regional, the Windward Island Women T20 Championship. Well done to the ladies. Well done to Afi Fletcher. Grenada is walking in to the finals unbeaten, Roberts. What do you think?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on that 4 was ago, that this game here that just concluded, St. Vincent and Grenada. Grenada was the one in the driver's seat. And with the talent in Grenada, the fight that them have, it really shows that they are ready for the finals at this coming Friday at 2 p.m. right here at Arnos Vale Stadium.
Yeah, well done to the Grenada female team. Afi Fletcher marshal her troops pretty well. Didn't pick up a wicket today, but it's the way how she rotates her bowling and her players, stayed on top of it. This is well done by Grenada. St. Vincent definitely have to go back to the drawing boards and think about what they did wrong and what they can do better walking into the finals against this same team, Grenada, who will be packed with a lot of confidence in this finals, winning this game today. But well done to Grenada, winning this 3rd consecutive win for them on a trot in this Windward Island Women Championship Tournament. The next game would be St. Lucia versus Dominica, right here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. We'll be starting at 2:30 as we bring back coverage for this game between Dominica and Grenada. See you then. Congrats to Grenada.
Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back to the Arnos Sporting Complex, where we have live action for you in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship, second match of the day, round number 3. Matchup between St. Lucia women versus Dominican women. Both teams searching desperately for that win, that first victory in the tournament, as we see Selena Ross picking up proceedings there from the old airport end, left arm seamer, and bowling to the captain Fontaine, who had a grand time last time out against the Vincentian team. Really smashed them to all parts. I'm sure she'll be looking to end this tournament on a high, but St. Lucians, I'm sure, would have other ideas. As we have a look at the field, there's a fielder that's short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. 2 fielders out, a long on, a straightish mid wicket actually, and a long leg. First run of the day, of the afternoon, sorry. Wide down the leg side. As I welcome my co-commentator, Alonso. Alonso, good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ozzy. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Second fixture here on match day 3.
This one is short again. Really misdirected there from Ross. It's been rather impressive in the tournament so far. Has managed to get a bit of movement with the new ball by bowling at fuller length. But so far, what we've seen from her is a bit too short, a bit too wayward. That occasion signal wide there by umpire Abbott. Score moves up to 3 without loss. Into over number 1. This one is outside the off stump. Opener this time around, Gilbert. So a bit of a promotion for her, Gilbert. And she came in at number 4, I think, in the last encounter. Didn't manage to score as freely as she would have liked. I think she scored like 6 off 23 deliveries. Really handed back the initiative to the Vincentians after that powerful opening partnership. This time working it neatly behind square on the leg side. So she's off the mark. Up and running.
Yeah, she seems to have a good technique, but she struggled really to get the ball away and off the square against the spinners without any pace on the ball. So probably they're thinking that with the pace on the ball in the power play, that she may be able to maneuver the ball and get some value for strokes.
I think we expressed similar sentiments towards Homer, the Vincentian, opening the batting today for the Vincentian team. Did quite well. Scored a bit freer, as opposed to the struggles we saw from her earlier on in the tournament. This delivery again misdirected, a bit of swing. Definitely will get a bit of movement. She has a rather wrong sort of action, Ross, and of course the wind direction here. Although the wind is not that pronounced at this time of the day, but as our co-commentators mentioned earlier, there's always something on offer here at the Arnos Sporting Complex with that white ball in the power play. But it's outside the off stump. Driving is Fontaine. Can't beat the captain James there at cover. Fontaine, a good looking player, Fontaine. Windward Island player as well. So what we've seen so far in the tournament is those players that have had the experience at a higher level, they have really shown through. They've looked a class above. Another wide delivery again, not the best of starts here from Ross. Really struggling here with this first over. Quite a few wides so far. Hasn't been able to find her lines or lengths. Four wides in this over so far from Ross. So it's bold. Just as I was saying, she hasn't found her bearings a rather innocuous delivery, a full-length delivery outside the off stump. There was Fontaine looking to repeat that drive she executed a couple deliveries ago. But unfortunately for her, getting the inner portion of the bat onto the middle stump. So the St. Lucians, they get a big breakthrough here from Ross, and the Dominicans, they'll be quite disappointed with that dismissal. As Fontaine goes without scoring, Dominica, they are 6 for 1.
Yes, that's a very big wicket there, as you mentioned. Fontaine, 50 odd in the last game, is quite belligerent with the bat, and not able to replicate the performance that she had in the last game. And I'm sure the St. Lucians will be over the moon with that wicket. There's a little bit of slight inward movement there from Selena Ross on that delivery that took the wicket, and that was enough to get the inside edge. And then on to the stumps, as the new batter is Jem Ilwa, replaces our skipper.
Ilnoa, who was part of that partnership we alluded to earlier in the last encounter, really played the perfect foil for Fontaine in that innings. Brilliant opening stand. She'll be looking now with her captain gone to take up the mantle of doing the bulk of the scoring. It's quite evident that a lot of these teams are top heavy in terms of their batting. So all the wickets is always going to be an issue, as she's driving this one nicely out to cover. Gets off the mark. Doesn't have the power of Fontaine, but she does have a good technique and able to play the ball on its merit.
Yeah, she played very nicely in the first game and also complemented Fontaine in that partnership in game number 2. So they'll be looking to her now to marshal this innings with the squad 7 for 1, having lost the massive wicket of their skipper. St. Lucia, on the other hand, will be looking for more of the same. James will be in the bowling with Ross, skipper Zeta James, West Indies player. And she'll be looking for a performance to show her class and stamp her authority in this tournament, because up until this point, I think that she'll be disappointed with her returns with both ball and bat, especially with the bat.
Indeed so. Spoke about those players who have the experience at the higher level beyond this level, really showing their skills. Zeta, on the other hand, we have seen glimpses of her talent with the bat. Just hasn't been able to sustain that sort of batting effort to replicate what we have seen from the likes of Glasgow and Fontaine, Fletcher. So Noel as well today, putting their hand up and being counted. So it's all about these Windward Island players, and in some cases the West Indies players really dominating this particular level. Just bowled beautiful with the ball though, been able to use her pace, changes of pace, and I think she's one of the few spinners we have seen actually turn the ball. So definitely something to look forward to, bowling in the power play here as well. Just to go back, that wicket of Fontaine, so crucial for both teams. Fontaine, we saw the way she was able to dominate proceedings in the power play in the last game. A couple of brilliant shots all around the ground. Don't think the other players in the team, they're able to dominate as such. So it really emphasize the point that we are making in terms of how important a wicket that is for the St. Lucians to have quite early, but the Dominicans to lose at that particular stage really must be disheartening, sorry. Delivery coming back with the arm, James.
Yeah, she has elected to use the arm ball so far in this over.
I think that's something that we see a lot with spinners, international spinners as well. Even in the men's game, reluctance to really try and turn the new ball. Those persons who open the ball in the likes of Imad Wasim from Pakistan, our very own. And she's bold. Maybe for that particular reason that we were just about to speak about, that delivery just coming back into the right hander, not affording the room or the opportunity for her to free her arms on that occasion. And kept a bit low as well, as you can see. But a double strike for the St. Lucia team. Both of the players that were so instrumental in their effort in the last game against St.Vincent, they are now back in the hut. Dominica, they're 7 for 2.
Yes, that's a very big wicket again when you think about it. And you look at the delivery. Arm ball, as we mentioned, and once you're bowling the arm ball, the seam is not necessarily upright. So it may have just landed on the smooth side of the ball, skidding through, coming through quite low and fast. And that's intelligent bowling there from James. What we saw from Elwa is that she likes to access the offside. So just making a little bit of room. She punched the previous delivery through the offside, and the adjustment was made by James just to push it through a little quicker, seeing that the stumps are exposed.
Brilliant start for the St. Lucians. 2 huge wickets. Captain James leading from the front. I was mentioning just before that wicket that a lot of the left arm spinners that we see opening the bowling, they have the tendencies to bowl that arm ball quite often. Just not offering the room to the batter to go through the offside. And it's a brilliant over from James. A maiden wicket it is, as Dominica, they're struggling a bit here earlier on in the piece. After 2 overs, they are 7 for 2.
Yes, a wicket maiden, and you saw there again, even to the new batter, St. Jean, that she was still using that arm ball just to come in inside, back into the stumps from outside off stump with that angle just to cramp the room and to remove the batter from the arms, or that room to free the arms from the batter. So Ross will continue to Gilbert. There's a fine leg, a short third, mid wicket. There's a straightish mid wicket on the boundary. There's a mid on, a mid off, an extra cover, and a backward point. That's the 11. So the 2 out are a straightish mid wicket, or you could even say a wide long on and a deep fine leg. And that's off the inside edge again. Some inward movement by Ross. You mentioned that the arm is a bit low and slingy, so she will get that movement quite easily, that inward swing to the right hander.
Yes, that's more in line with what we've gotten used to with Ross so far in the tournament. A particular line coming back into the right hander. That occasion taking the inner portion of the bat. Quite fortunately was Gilbert.
Yeah, not dissimilar from how she just dismissed Fontaine. St. John on strike on this occasion, just getting it to the imposing figure of Nisha Alexander at mid-wicket.
I think St. John played well in the last game. I was quite surprised how low she would have batted. Seemed to be able to find the middle of the bat with a bit of power.
Yeah, that's the area that is giving her a bit of trouble. So with the low arm, what happens is that if she releases the ball slightly late, she will pull it and drag it towards the leg side of the right hander. So the timing is very important when you have that low arm action. It's beyond the perpendicular. So single again here now on the onside.
I think it's something we spoke about when Kesrick was on air in terms of repeating your action. If you're able to repeat your action, then you'll be more consistent. This moment in time, it seems that she's having some difficulties in terms of repeating the action. Hence, we're seeing those deliveries angled down the leg side and short. Something for her to work on. Still a very relatively young player. And all of this competition offers a sort of learning opportunity for her.
That's very true. As this is St. John just coming forward to that previous delivery. There's a change in personnel here from the St. Lucians from the previous games. Vice Captain Marslin is keeping wicket. And Ashleen Edward, who was doing that job previously, she's currently now at deep fine leg. It's driven down to mid-on. Quick single. Safely done in the end.
So that's a better line from her. At fullish length, coming back into the right-hander. Those last two deliveries would be more in line with what she's actually looking to do. Coming over the wicket as well, that left-hand, typical left-handed delivery coming back into the right-hander, offering the opportunity for a bold or LBW decision.
Again, there you have that one where she struggles a bit down the leg side. I think, as mentioned, because the arm is a bit lower than most. And you tend to have that issue from time to time. Nicely driven, but no run. Brings you over to an end at the end of 3 overs. Dominica women, they are 13 for 2.
A bit of a sedate start here for the Dominican women. Quite understandably so, having lost the wicket of both Fontaine and Ilnois, two of their key players, 2 batters in this team. They are now 13 for 2, just scoring just around 4 runs per over. I think the job of these two now would just be to do a bit of consolidation. Perhaps bat like this for the next 6 to 7 overs, see where they're at. And then they might have the opportunity to accelerate if the opportunity arises later on. But for now, bit of a struggle for the Dominican team as St. Lucia firmly in the driver's seat.
Change of bowling. Actually, no. That's James continues. Again, it's another arm ball. So, clearly putting out a focus on that approach as opposed to using the conventional orthodox left arm spin. In delivery. So that one, I think, was one of the first ones that she has tried to turn the conventional way. Another conventional delivery. Well, not much turn on those two. Wouldn't expect a lot of turn with the new ball. It's a good looking sweep shot from St. Jean. Gives a single, takes up to 2 of 8 deliveries, and the score up to 14 for 2.
Good looking shot, but a well set field as well. I think James and Fletcher, they've been 2 of the better captains in this tournament. The experience at the highest level has really shown through. Something we spoke about in the earlier game in terms of how well Fletcher was able to utilize her bowlers at different times, setting of the field to complement the bowler's abilities.
So wide delivery called by umpire Ned.
Extracting a bit of tone as we spoke about before. James, quite diminutive, so when you get a lot of bounce, would unlikely get a bit of skid off the wicket.
Yeah, she was able to turn those last 2 deliveries. Didn't see much turn from her earlier in the over. Even when she imparted turn, you could see that she kind of put revs on it with her fingers, but not much turn earlier. Could be as well that the lacquer is coming off the ball, so it's starting to just grip the surface a bit more. We will let you know that the surface is covered with grass. I mean, the grass is quite brown, but it's generously grassed. There aren't really any patches that you can see anywhere on the surface. So that brown that you're looking at on your screen is actually brown grass, tufty grass. So you would expect that if the seam grips those, that you would have turn. And of course, in the same way for the seamers, we have seen that the ball has a bit of movement in it for them, and it has been that way throughout the tournament. And there's a change in bowling. Philip comes into the bowling. This one is lobbed down the ground, but it will fall safely. Seem to be a leading edge from the bat of St. Jean. And they're able to get a single.
Natalia Phillip doesn't have the pace of Ross. Generally tries to bowl within herself, wicket to wicket. I think is a very good option on this wicket.
So the one coming off the edge, time for a single. And completed by the two batters at the crease. Takes Gilbert up to 4 of 8 deliveries. As you mentioned, Philip bowling mainly wicket to wicket as a 5-4 field. This one is driven over the top by St. Jean. Should have time for 2. Even with Zeta coming in now. Nice throw, but they get there comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs to the total, 2 more to St. John's tally.
Slowly but surely building this partnership, the Dominicans. Both of these players looking to get the ball into the gaps as much as possible. I haven't seen a lot of boundary scoring opportunities being dished out by the St. Lucians. Quite tidy in the field at times.
Looking at St. Jean, Osnan, what do you think about our batting technique?
I think she's pretty organized. And even in the last game, I thought she batted well coming into that particular situation. Pressure situation, was able to hold her temperament quite well. Tall player. Seemed to be getting into position quite nicely. They'll be looking to her to really take up the mantle now that the 2 big guns, as they would say, are back in the pavilion.
Definitely. She was able to get them to that super over in the last fixture against St.Vincent and Grenadines. Unfortunately for the Dominican women team, they were not able to get over the line in the super over. Another wide delivery. So she has to be careful here. Now, Philip. Just a couple of wides in succession. It's an important element of the game that you don't want to take for granted. It's not just an extra run, but you have an extra delivery, off which runs can come again. It's a nice looking drive. So well timed that even with the hand on it from the bowler, and you could see Philip ringing off her hands now, was well struck by St. Jean, well timed. Look at it. Wonderful flowing full face of the bat. Textbook stuff.
Very impressive once again. St. John was coming forward and just stroking that one, really flew off the bat. Philip thought she had an opportunity there to restrict, but in the end, just ricocheting from her right arm into the boundary for 4. Well played from St. John.
Another wide from Philip. So 3 wides in the over so far. Struggling a little bit here with our line and length.
Moving away from what she does best in terms of that straight line. I'm wondering the extent to which that previous shot would have contributed to that. Brilliant straight drive from St. John. Whenever she has tried to get outside the off stump, just a straight a bit.
It's another fuller delivery driven. Straight to extra cover where James has a feeling the end of 5 overs. Dominica women, they are 26 for 2. St. John is on 9 of 13. Gilbert on 4 of 8.
Slowly building this partnership. Both of these players now seem to be getting used to the conditions out there in the middle. Still relatively hot. Bit of breeze blowing across the ground. Nothing to really write home about. So it's going to be a test of endurance and fitness for these players, whether batting or bowling. St. John, she's really shaped up well. In her innings so far, 9 from 13 deliveries. The highlight being that straight drive in the previous over. So Dominica, they will looking to just get a partnership going. So far, a partnership of 18 between these two. That run rate on the ascendancy, 5.20. As we see another change in bowling.
Yes, Nisha Alexander coming into the bowling. We're bowling to Gilbert. Wide down the left side from Alexander.
Not the best of starts. But it's an opportunity once again for these two to just continue in the same vein that they were going. No need to do anything rash out of the ordinary.
It's a top shot there from Gilbert. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. A full delivery. She was forward, stroking it nicely to cover for 4.
Almost an action replay of what we saw from Homer previously. It's coming forward and stroking it nicely through the offside. Got a bit of help from the fielder there. Should have really prevented that boundary. But such was the timing. Was able to get to the fence for 4. So we spoke off here about the fact that this is an opportunity for Gilbert to thrive in the power play. The fact that there's less fielders and once again punching this one behind square on the offside. Should get quite close to the boundary. Just pulled it back inside the ropes there, Ross. So certainly looking a bit more fluent in this particular innings.
Yes, and sometimes this can happen as you get into a tournament. From time to time, you have new players or players that are not necessarily as familiar to those around them, and then it means that it may take some time for the think tank to get them in the positions that they may be most effective. You could see that this is definitely an area of the match in terms of the time of the match that Gilbert can be more effective, and against this type of bowling as well.
Coming forward again is Gilbert, but this time stroking it straight to the skipper there at cover.
He does have a nice technique, does Gilbert.
.33 for 2. Dominica mounting somewhat of a mini recovery. This one on the line of the leg stump. Wide signal there by umpire Ned.
Yeah, these are the last 2 deliveries of the power play, not to show if Gilbert has it in mind to try to do anything out of the ordinary. This one is a wide one down the left side. I haven't seen Alexander bowl much in the tournament thus far. Seems to be struggling just a little bit with our line.
Not the longest of run-ups, must be said. Should be able to exert a bit more control.
It's a nice looking shot there from Gilbert. We'll get a 1. It comes in now from the fielder, who is Edward.
Both of these teams without a win in the tournament, Alonso, what do you think have gone wrong for them?
Get back to that shortly. On this punch uppishly. I would say, let me start starting with St. Lucia. I would definitely say that when it comes to the batting, in the first game they had an excellent opening partnership, but then thereafter the batting really just capitulated. So the other batters really needed to take some of a lot of the blame in that case. Well, the skipper was run out needlessly, I would say, that first game. In the second game against Grenada, they were utterly dominated by Grenada, especially with the ball. Grenada's bowling was all over St. Lucia. And so they struggled a bit. I think the batting has really let them down in the tournament overall. And I don't think that the bowlers have been bowling to their potential, because they do have some good bowlers. You know, they have the likes of Crafton and Ross, and of course the skipper James. You know, these are very good bowlers. But, you know, it's just that you haven't seen them bowl to their ceiling, using the term that you mentioned this morning.
Agreed. Because we're going to see a change in the bowling from that old Apo 10. We're going to see Cherry taking up proceedings. Tall off spinner. It's not bowled bad in the tournament, to be honest. Quite economical.
And she has the advantage of height, which will give you bounce. And she's also been quite consistent. So slight change in the field. The fielders on the onside at deep fine leg, and at fine leg and square leg gets a bit straighter. Fuller delivery driven off the edge. There's time for a single. Should have time for two. They won't chance it against Crafton. A flat throw. In the end, the right decision made as far as the running is concerned.
Just about to mention a two at that point would have been a risky two. Bullet arm, those Crafton has.
Yes, that one, a wide delivery. Looking at her action, was that tall off spinner. It's a little skip, and a hop and a jump. Good line, nice flight. Perhaps with her height, she could even get higher in her delivery stride. It's a bit more of a jump as she approaches the bowling crease. But so far, so good. A little shorter turn, some turn there for her. So she's imparting some spin on the ball, which is good to see. Not just rolling them out of her arms.
Haven't seen a lot of spin throughout the tournament in terms of quality spin. It's an area I think that the selectors would be really scratching their heads. You know, we spoke about the likes of skipper James, Zeta James being an option, but I'm sure they would have wanted to unearth a couple of more spin bowling options throughout the tournament.
Well, it's more of the usual suspects as the over comes to an end. 38 for 2 after 7. St. John on 9 off 8. Gilbert 12 off 15. And Nick Cherry's first over was for 2 runs.
It's 38 for 2, 7 overs. Just around 5.4 runs per over. Mentioned this is really a period of consolidation for the Dominicans, having lost those wickets quite early, those key wickets earlier up in the piece. So I think these two, they'll not be too concerned about the scoring rate at this time. I think what they're trying to do is build somewhat of a partnership or launching pad don't think they have the power to follow in terms of picking up the scoring rate. So these two will definitely have to do the bulk of the scoring if Dominica are to mount any sort of challenge in total here this afternoon.
It'll be Alexander who will continue. Actually, Philip to continue.
Speaking about the Dominican, sorry, Amelanso, you were speaking about where they went wrong. You are the St. Lucian verdict. What about the Dominicans?
Well, I think just looking from the outside, I think that they definitely have an issue with the bowling. The bowling has looked a bit. It's a lovely shot there again from Gilbert, and she's really looking the part in this position, especially on the drive. But yeah, as I was saying, Dominica bowling has looked a bit pedestrian in the tournament of all the sides. And I think that for the batters against Dominica, they have enjoyed batting against Dominica. The batting, I think, has a lot of potential. We have some young players, even these two who are at the wicket. And of course, we saw what Fontaine and Ilwa could do. So there's much that you can work with. But I think the bowling really, they need some more incisive bowlers.
It's another boundary again, not where she intended this time around, Gilbert, but I'm sure she'll take it all the same. Not a full delivery, so opting for that foolish length is Philip. But once again, paying the price in the form of a boundary. So 46 now for two boundaries to find this over.
Yeah, she has been slightly off her execution. She's been looking to bowl a fuller length, but when she's looked to go full, she has bowled a few full tosses. Similarly to what we saw from Alexander in the previous over from this end. So a change of ends for Phillips so far hasn't been effective, but let's see how she goes in the next 4 deliveries. This one is turned by Gilbert. Does seem to have a lot of time, Gilbert, to play strokes, especially against the pacers and the medium pacers.
I think she's looked like a completely new player to what we saw against St.Vincent and the Grenadines. I mean, it was a relatively pressure situation, although at that point in time the scoring rate wasn't anything too demanding. But she really got herself in a hole and never really got out of that hole, as they would say. But today we are seeing a bit more fluency as this one's pulled again. Should get into the gap. It does. Once again, well timed there from St. John. Really impressive again from her. As this one was a short of a length delivery, went back, pulled it in front of square, well timed. The fielder there had no chance really. It's another boundary, so 3 boundaries in this over. A bit of a momentum coming into the Dominica women innings. They are 51 for 2.
Yeah, that shot was very pleasing to me because it's not an area that you have seen that's an area of strength for several players. Once the ball is on the body, many of them are not pulling the ball. It's a very productive shot if you can play it well. And she did bisect perfectly the 2 players in the deep on the onside.
.50 coming up in the 8th over. So that run rate is going above 6.6. So it's on the upward trajectory. Sure, the Dominicans will be pleased with that.
Well, it's almost at a Yorker length. Pitching just around the crease, moving slightly away. I'm not too sure if that is her plan to really bowl on the crease around that Yorker length. And on some occasions, she has over-tossed.
Still searching for that sort of consistency. None for 24 into a second over. Philip.
So that one is called a wide by umpire Ned. So pitching wide and going even wider. Both teams have to be very careful with this fixture. I mean, you haven't won a game yet in the tournament. You have an opportunity to do so right now. But not because there's nothing to gain in terms of getting into the final means that you should drop your shoulders and drop your heads. It's all to play for, representing your country.
Just about to speak about that in terms of the posture of the St. Lucians on the field. We're not seeing any sort of vibe, as they would say, sort of encouragement for the bowlers. Seem to be quite flat at this time. And the Dominicans, very good over that last one. It's 52 for 2. 8 overs completed.
Yes, mentioned there that they're, as we said, that they're quite flat. Need somebody to be motivating them on the field, whether it's the skipper or the keeper. Those are the usual two sources in most teams. But there needs to be some type of energy, somebody who is, bringing that X factor that can bring out 100% from everyone on the field, even in a situation where you think it's a dead rubber. Because they will play each other tomorrow again at 10 a.m.
Friday, that is.
Friday. I keep saying tomorrow. Yes, I probably want Friday to come quickly.
It's a good delivery there from Cherry. It's a bit of drift away from the right-hander. Lowering the bat onto her front foot. Missed it completely.
And so this one is punched for a single by Gilbert, who has looked good in this innings, 22 from 20, going at just over 100 strike rate, which is in contrast to what we saw from her in the last game where she struck at below 40. Flighted delivery, driven firmly by St. Jean down to the fielder long on. Ross. Just a single conceded. At this current run rate, 6.23 gets them to 125. Do you see them going beyond that or less than that, Osnet? You could comment after this delivery.
It's a wide delivery again, just losing her bearings on that occasion there was Cherry. I think a lot depends on these two. They seem to be getting a grip of what is going on in the middle. Spoke about their contrasting fortunes. The likes of Gilbert, who's struggled really in her last innings, but looking quite fluent today. And of course, St. John, she was involved in that final over against St.Vincent and the Grenadines where she managed to get them up to a tie. So both of these players, they seem to be up and running now. So I'm sure Dominica will be hoping that they can bat the better part of the next 6 to 7 overs or so, and perhaps try to do some sort of acceleration later on in the innings. I mentioned the power of the Dominican women. Don't really have any a Mackie or a Holly Charles or such in the lower order. So definitely these two will have to do the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, these two definitely will have to do that. We saw St. John being quite effective on Monday, and Gilbert in this innings has been a lot more fluent than she has been in the past. So we are likely to see from anyone, these two are the ones really who should put some impetus into their batting. I think they may realize that as well, which is why they are trying to forge a partnership, make sure that they're there in the 14th or 15th over before they can really give it a full go and put on the afterburners. As we see a changing bowling, Joseph comes into the bowling, Krishna Joseph, off spinner, tall again, so very similar to what we saw from the other end with Cherry.
spin twins for the St. Lucia team. Both of them similar built as you spoke about.
This one just a bit more flight than what we saw from Cherry. That occasion from Joseph. Generous flight, you'd say. Punching it down to mid off. It's Gilbert. She gets a single. Takes the score up now to 57 for 2 after 9.2 overs.
Good start from Joseph, offering a bit of flight. You mentioned generous flight as well. Always good to see off spinners giving the ball a bit of flight, a bit of air. She's able to get a bit of drift. That would add to the problems for the batter.
This one is a bit shorter, tucked away by St. Jean for a single behind square on the onside. We're well outside of the power play. You can see that there are 3 fielders outside of the circle. There's Edward at sweeper cover. There's a very straight long on in Philip. And Crafton is at deep mid wicket. Wide delivery, just pulling that one across our body a bit. Maybe releasing it just a little bit too late. Joseph. Swan again is slug swept, but straight to the fielder. So Gilbert now looking to expand her game just a bit. Slug sweeping this one straight out to the fielder at deep mid wicket. Not timing it fully, as you would say. Didn't get to her anywhere near the full. But we didn't see anything like this from Gilbert yesterday. Well, on Monday, I should say.
It's an interesting option from Gilbert, going on the bigger side of the ground, against the wind as well. But I think it's just a generous flight, really tempting her into that particular shot. Going against her character to some extent.
Yes, the fly can do that. That is why spinners have the ball in the air and giving it generous flight so that you can cause the batsman to have to think too much and probably make an error by being in between 2 decisions, between and betwixt neither or either. And it takes Dominica women now to 61 for 2 after 10 overs. And at this time, we'll have a short break as the players take drinks.
Welcome back to the Arnosville Sporting Complex. Action here in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship. Match day 3. Game number 2. Dominica women versus St. Lucia women. Dominica women mounting somewhat of a recovery here this afternoon. 61 for 2. After losing 2 early wickets. Partnership of 53 runs so far between these two. St. John and Gilbert. Punching that one down the ground is St. John. Moves up to 16 from 27 deliveries. Complimenting Gilbert, who's there on 25 of 25 deliveries. Complimenting me here in the commentary box is Rajiv Roberts. Good afternoon to you, Rajiv.
Good afternoon to you, Ahmed. Really and truly nice to be back in the comebacks. Witnessing this matchup between St. Lucia and Dominica in the final game of round 3 before we head into the finals on the 3rd and 4th place and the finals on Friday.
As Cherry continues from that old airport end, quite economical so far into a 3rd over. Figures of none for 7. Being quite consistent so far. Spoke about a high arm action, ability to get a bit of bounce, but hasn't been afraid to flight the ball at times. Cherry, as evidence on that occasion, but it's a lovely shot. Couple of bounces into the fence. Classy there from Gilbert. Definitely showing a different side to her game.
But it definitely a good showing here from Dominica as they come up against St. Lucia. Both teams haven't got a point on the table as yet. And I know one of the team definitely going to win today. So somebody going to be a confident booster coming in the 3rd and 4th place playoff on Friday.
This one again is a good delivery. Coming forward there was Gilbert. It's a polite inquiry there from Cherry. Umpire Maria Abbott shakes her head. So it's the end of the over. The end of 11. Scoring just around 6 runs for over Dominican women. They are 66 for 2. A projected score just around 120. I know some of your projections have come to pass to find the tournament. Rajiv, what type of projections you have for this Dominican women team?
Well, from here on, 9 overs remaining. I'm looking at basically anything between 110 to 120, and which will be, I think, a bit challenging for the St. Lucian team because of the way they've been playing over the past few days. With the likes of Zeda, which is their captain, and she's batting very well, I am hoping that if she gets off here today, St. Lucia will definitely be in for business, as well as the wicket keeper. All right, but however said that, the Women's T20 Blast kicks off this coming Tuesday, which is next week on the 13th. We have our first game. Windward Islands will be taking on Guyana at 9:30 right here at the Arnosville Stadium. So you all need to come on down to Arnosville. Our second matchup will be against that's Jamaica will be taking on Leeward Islands at 2:30 p.m. and at 7 p.m. Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on Barbados. That's the Women's T20 Blaze.
So lots of cricket, indeed, lots of women cricket. It's an opportunity for the Vincentian public to see the best that the Caribbean has to offer by way of women cricket. You know, it's been a difficult period for us as West Indians, but I'm sure this tournament will offer the opportunity to see some of the best talents. Hopefully they'll put on a show and it will be a tournament to remember. Looking to player innings to remember here is St. John and Gilbert as they look to rebuild and rebuild quickly. Total up to 69 for 2 into over number 12. This one is short and pulling it and through the legs there of the field, that square leg. Philip and into the fence for 4. Not the best of deliveries there from Joseph, but there was St. John saying thank you very much. And pulling that one in front of square. Fielder should have done better on that occasion. A couple of occasions now we have seen that sort of misfield. But Dominica will welcome it there, 73 for 2.
Yeah, well, St. Vincent and Dominica would have played a game on Monday, all right, where they went into a super over, and Abini was basically the one who was staying that game as well. And now she's here on 21 from 31, and Gilbert on 30 from 31. Bowling is Joseph. Dominican woman 73 for the loss of 2. And at the end of this over, it remained on 73 for the loss of 2 after 12 overs.
Steady over again there from Joseph. Seemed to be prepared to give the ball quite a bit of flight. But these two joining together at 8 for 2. So, partnership of 65 so far between these two. We like to think that is one of the higher partnerships we have throughout the tournament. You know, that partnership between Fontaine and Ilwa was somewhere in that region as well. So it's good to see the Dominicans having lost those 2 early wickets really put things together and putting up somewhat of a fight here against the St. Lucians.
More likely, this game is like a bragging rights for both teams, hasn't it? Because as I said before, both teams haven't won a game so far in the tournament as yet. But one of them got to come out victorious today. Would it be Dominic? Would it be St. Lucia? It leaves to find out at the end of 20 or the end of 20 overs.
It's Cherry into a final over, quite economical. 3 overs, none for 11. So going just over 3 runs per over. Cherry, she would definitely love something in that 4th column. I'm sure Captain James would love that as well. Just to break the momentum this partnership has provided. Both teams really struggle with the bat in the tournament. So it's an improved batting effort to some extent from the Dominicans. They will be looking to finish on a high. That momentum is critical going into the latter part of the game. As it's beaten outside the off stump this time around. Gilbert. Projected score just hovering just around that 120 in that region that you alluded to, 110 to 120. Beating her again outside the off stump. So getting a bit loose there is Gilbert. They want to get too complacent. Being there 30 from 35 deliveries. Lots of gaps on the offside. So I think it's just a matter of playing with a bit more conviction through the offside.
What I would definitely love to see from the batters is be able to pick up the singles, the 1s and 2s, where you can definitely rotate the strike. And you basically have a ball pitching wicket to wicket, and the batters basically just rest the bat and they track it right there instead of trying to rotate the strike. I mean, you're playing a T20 game. It's important that you pick up the singles because the boundaries is not an offer. So it's important that you definitely pick up the singles, get the 1s and the 2s, and get the momentum going.
A brilliant piece of fielding there at short mid wicket, diving away to her left. I think that's Joseph. So it's the end of the over, end of a spell as well for Cherry. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. So maiden over that last over, not what the Dominica needed at this particular stage.
As that I could basically blame Dominica for that because there are singles on offer. You just need to punch the ball through the gaps and pick up the 1s and the 2s because you are not getting the boundaries. It's important that you get a score. As we rightly said, the projected score is 112. At the end of 10 overs, the projected score was 120. It means that it's going downhill. And the more that ball is soaked up is the less the projected score going to be. So you might see somewhere in the region of basically 90 at the end of their 20 overs.
Let's give a look at Zayda as well, Captain James. She really came in close. She realized what was happening in terms of the inability of Gilbert in that last over to really penetrate the field. So she was really close in, trying to put a bit more pressure on Gilbert, and it actually worked to some extent. Was able to get a maiden over there was Cherry. As a new bowler is into the attack. Antwine it is. Amy Antwine. Another slow bowling option for them as well. Something that we have seen throughout the tournament, different teams utilizing different bowling options. But the makeup of the teams really vary throughout the tournament. See the likes of St. Vincent, predominantly medium pace. And St. Lucia, on the other hand, as this one is driven nicely through the covers, should get into the boundary for 4. A much needed boundary. Breaking the shackles of the past couple of overs there was Gilbert. Must be said, not the best of deliveries, but well executed through the offside.
What I observe there, Osnet, is that when Gilbert is on strike, the captain Zeta tends to be a bit tighter on the single. Now, hence the reason why that ball went through that gap for that boundary. As like when Abini is on strike, she will sit back on the edge.
So Gilbert once again finding the boundary. I've seen just hit quite a few boundaries in this innings. This one is flighted. Diving again there was Alexander to her left, not making any sort of contact on this occasion. And another single to the total. So they will need to do that, score off all the deliveries on offer if they are to really mount any sort of competitive total here this afternoon, the Dominicans. Try and get that run rate up to 6 and beyond. This time again, a slow delivery. Doesn't bowl with any sort of pace. Antoine. Bowl that one straight. Walked into the leg side by St. John. But once again, Alexander doing good work in the circle. Diving around. This one is a good delivery again. So just a bit too many dot balls for the liking of the Dominican team. St. Lucians, they will be quite pleased with that. Final delivery of his 14th over. This is shot and punch to the offside. Good looking shot from St. John. And into the fence for 4. So a couple of boundaries in that over. Really covering up the cracks of those dot deliveries also. But in the end, it's 83 for 2. 6 overs remaining.
The last 4 overs has went for 22 so far. And I think it's time for them to up the tempo here. As if City projected score went back up to 119. And I feel they will definitely get a bit more because they have wickets in hand. And just bat as deep as possible. With the likes of Abini and Gilbert there, I believe they're going to take it very deep and wait until the 18th over to have a go.
It's something we spoke about at Lens earlier when Alonso was on, in terms of you're not too sure what you're going to get in terms of the remainder of the batting. The 2 main scorers throughout the tournament, Ilwa and Fontaine, they're back in the pavilion. Now seeing these 2 players coming into their own, not to show if they have the power really to finish off the innings. So it really means that this partnership is going to be critical, it's going to be crucial to whatever total that the Dominicans are going to post. So they want to take it as deep as possible. As we see Alexander back into the attack, a change of ends for her as well, coming now from the old airport end. Conceding 10 in her first over. Remember, Cherry completed a full quota, so Captain James electing for Alexander. It's a good delivery outside the off stump. There was Gilbert looking to slash that one through the offside, missing it completely. Feel that deep extra cover, only feel on the offside. Outside the circle. This time, I think that was a close one. I think umpire Abbott for a second there thought about a wide. In the end, giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt. So 3 dot deliveries once again to start this over.
Also happy to see a few fans out. I'm just hoping that on Friday at 10 a.m. when both St. Lucia and Dominica will be back here for the 3rd and 4th place playoff, and at 2 p.m. St. Vincent will be taking on Grenada, that we could see a bit more people coming out and support the ladies, because they definitely need that support. So from 10 o'clock on Friday, we will definitely be back here with both St. Lucia and Dominica. And from 2 p.m., it's St. Vincent will take on Grenada.
4 dot deliveries. Not what we come to expect at this stage of the innings. Going into those death overs, as they say. Into over number 15. So Gilbert putting herself in somewhat of a stranglehold at this time. Short delivery again, missing it completely. So 5 dot deliveries in this over, just a wide. So brilliant comeback here from Alexander, having conceded 10 in that first over. Just conceded 1 so far, and so she'll be looking to close out the over. This time is short again. And I think St. John on that occasion was saying to herself, perhaps let me have the strike for the start of the next over, sorry. So 15 overs completed, 84 for 2. Dominica. St. John, she's there on 26. Gilbert, 35. This has been a very good partnership, but they're just looking to increase the momentum.
Well, as I said earlier, that I think from the 18th over, they're actually waiting until the 18th over to have a go because they have all 8 wickets remaining in hand. The score is at 83 for the loss of 2 after 15 overs. Gilbert, 34 from 45. Abini, 26 from 36. And back with ball in hand is Krishna Joseph.
Joseph into her third over. None for 11. It's not a bad effort. I'm sure she'll want to add a wicket to her tally. A wicket here would really dent the progress of the Dominican team. Can also be argued that they have not really progressed as well as they would have liked, given this partnership. Both of these players now been there for a while, 37 and 45 deliveries respectively. This one is bold. So the pressure has really had a toll on the Dominican batters here. A flighted delivery. There was St. John looking to hit that one down the ground. Missed it completely, and the breakthrough is on for the St. Lucia women. Joseph, she gets her first, and Dominica women now they're 83 for free.
Well, I've seen landslide, I've seen hills and valleys, I've seen a lot. So I am hoping that is not the slide that Dominica really and truly wanted with your batter, your number 4 batter coming out. At the score 80, number 5 batter coming at the score 83 for the loss of 3 wickets. 4 overs remaining after this one. That means you definitely have to have a go. But who you gonna send there to have a go, Asnet?
It'll be interesting to see how they go about finishing off this innings, the Dominican team. Spoke about the fact that they don't have the sort of firepower that some of the other teams have in the middle to lower order. So they will definitely have to find a way to get runs on the board. First and foremost, get to 100. I think there's a psychological kind of boost. But they'll need something in excess of 120, you would think. Given their bowling as well. They've not had the best bowling attack in the tournament. In fact, Alonso mentioned earlier that a lot of teams seem to enjoy their bowling. It's another flighted delivery again. Such generous flight. From Joseph. Spoke about the use of feet. We've not seen other players done that in the tournament. Afi Fletcher, name come to mind. She would be someone with use her feet to the spinners and come down the track. So far we have seen George quite inclined to stay on the crease. I think the word from the captain and the management team would be for her to give as much strike as possible to Gilbert. Once again, she's punching this one straight back to the bowler, just falling short, I think. Let's look at the replay again. Another slow delivery. There was George coming forward, playing it upishly. Thankfully for her, didn't time it as well. And maybe a half chance.
Yeah, I want to say it's a half chance. I feel it just dropped just in front of her. As you see, she tapped the pitch because she think that she should have done a much better with that. Final delivery of her over. And I would definitely love to see us that the Dominicans try to at least score up the tempo.
Not the best of starts there from Kayla George. 4 dot deliveries, especially given the state of the game going into the final 5 overs. Not really what the doctor ordered for the Dominican team, but I'm sure Joseph and St. Lucia would enjoy that every bit. 3 overs, 1 for 11, a maiden wicket for Joseph in that particular over. So Dominica, they're 84 for 3. Pretty sedate stage of their innings here at the Arnos Sporting Complex. Remember, you're looking at live action in the Windward Islands Women T20 Championship, match day number 3, game number 2. If you're just joining us, the Grenada women, they defeated the Vincentian women earlier on. What we'll see is a repeat of that game for Friday's final, and also a repeat of this game for the 3rd and 4th place playoff on Friday. So if you're at home and you want something to do on Friday, just head on down to the Arnos Sporting Complex as we see Ross making her way back into the attack. The short delivery and pulling this one down to fine leg. The Edward, Ashley Edward. That peculiar green hat. Comes around and limit the batters to a single. Brings George into strike. A bit of a war there from Gilbert. What do you think the message there would be, Rajiv?
The message is to get me on strike. I'm going to have a go. So I believe that's the plan here. So I'm hoping that, but to taking on Ross, who have been bowling well, it might not work in Dominican's favor.
This one is outside the off stump, left alone. Interestingly, at this stage of the innings. Not sure the tactics here of George coincide with what we were expecting. 5 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. Into over number 17 it is. That scoring rate is falling consistently as a wide this time around. Ross hasn't been in the best of form this time around. Seen quite a few extras from her. Just hasn't been able to get the balls in the areas where she normally does. A few short deliveries as well. Interesting, we haven't seen Crafton today. The other left arm option for the St. Lucia team. Number 32 there at backward point. We said it's also an opportunity for these teams to experiment to some extent. Give other players an opportunity to express themselves. Test their skills. Testing period here for Kayla George. Drive outside the off stump and it's given. So after delayed moment there for umpire Abbott, finally raised that finger and George goes, she goes without scoring. And the Dominica women, they're now 86 for 4. A bit of a stagnant period for them.
Well, after facing a 6 consecutive dot ball, I mean, you definitely have to have a swatch at anything that is in your half. But the lack of foot movement there, I believe, Osnet, is the reason for her downfall. Because what Ross have been doing is bowling the ball wide outside off stump, and you just swinging your bat.
It's a good breakthrough there for Ross and the St. Lucia team. Dominica women losing their way to some extent after that partnership between Gilbert and St. John. It's been a struggle really to get the ball off the square, as they would say. And just as we predicted, it was always going to be difficult for the Dominican team to end with that sort of flourish that you would need given the start that you had. $87 for 4. So that projected score, Ruffy coming down all the time on the descent. 104 if they continue at this stage. This pace, sorry. This one is a bit of a a drive to some extent. Not the most orthodox drives you would see.
I want to believe for the batters to get a single, they have to pass a Zeta right there because that's the only vacant space. They're not going to run because I've noticed the non-striker, she's not backing up well either, Asnet.
It's Abigail Celestine, the new batter. This one is a full delivery. So far, she's been able to get bat on ball for 2 deliveries, but just haven't been able to find a gap. That has been the story of the Dominican innings in the last 2 to 3 overs or so. The inability to really find the gap and score runs. Hovering in the 80s. This time again, finding the fielder there, Alexander, at short mid-wicket. So it's a successful over there for Selena Ross. She now has figures of 2 for 16 from her 3 overs. Dominica woman crawling really to a somewhat of a total 86 for 4, 17 overs completed.
From observation, what I noticed is Zeta, the captain of St. Lucia, was willing to give away that single so she could bowl at the new batter of Celestine. But unfortunately, because the ball, if the fielder have just let that ball pass her, but they haven't run because the non-striker already turned her back on her. So I'm not going to take this single.
So James it is, Captain James, coming back into the attack. If you can recall, she started proceedings from this end in the power play. Bowled quite well. Got the big wicket of Ilnois. So she'll be looking to wrap things up. Just apply the squeeze, as they would say. Mount the pressure on these Dominican players. And that is left alone outside the off. Some interesting decisions by the Dominican women in this innings, in the latter part of this innings. Must be said. Maybe the inexperience really coming into play. James into a 3rd over. 1 for 2 so far. It's been economical, it's been threatening. And has done well as a captain of this outfit. This one is short of a length and punching it just behind square. Game going through a bit of a lull at this time. Not a lot happening by way of wickets or runs. The Dominicans really digging themselves in a hole. St. Lucians applying the squeeze. Stark contrast to what we had earlier in terms of that St. Vincent Grenada contest. But right down to the wire. This one is swinging across the line. Not the most aesthetically pleasing shot you would see. But in the end, Celestine, she's off the mark. 1 more added to the total. It's 89 for 4. The delivery outside the off stump again, and there's Gilbert watching that one go by. To be taken by the wicket keeper. So another dot delivery. A succession of dot deliveries in his last few overs. Gilbert punching this one through the offside. Bit of a misfield there from Crafton. So Gilbert will keep the strike. So at the end of the 18th over, the score, Dominica, they are 89 for 4. 2 overs remaining.
Asnet is definitely a slow going for Dominica. After the 10th over, Dominica had scored total of 61 for 2. After the end we are into the 18th over now, and they are 89 for 4. It means for the last few overs, they would only score 28 runs. I think Dominica definitely could do a little bit more better than they are doing because there are gaps on the field. Pick up the 1s and the 2s. The boundaries will definitely come. Put some pressure on the bowlers.
Ross it is. He's driving this one, Gilbert. Uppishly. Down too long on. All the way for 6, I believe. Just waiting on the signal there from umpire Abbott, but that was a lovely looking shot. A full length delivery. There was Gilbert. Full face. Down the ground. I think it's actually bounced inside the rope. The fielder they'll be very disappointed with that. Looking at the replay again, I think she came in a bit too much on that occasion. Went over her head. And one bounce into the fence. Gilbert again punching this one. So showing a bit more intent in this over. Quite belatedly, must be said.
Well, what I said to you 2 overs ago, that the captain of St. Lucia was willing to give this single away to keep her off strike, to bowl at the lesser batter, which is Celestine, who is on 1 from 4. So we'll see how the next 4 deliveries go in this over, Osnet.
Just swinging this one, Celestine. Good contact. Just falling short of the field there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So a bit of intent, which is good to see from the Dominicans. I was just thinking to myself, it's a bit belated. I've seen so many dot deliveries being soaked up. I just think that if they'd showed a bit more intent earlier, then they might have been in a better position at this time.
Well, as I said earlier on, that they're going to have a go after the 18th over.
You are correct once again, Rajiv. This one is a attempted slow delivery, I think. Just misdirected again, Ross. So Gilbert, it's been an innings of 2 halves, really. At one point in time, she was on 22 from 20 deliveries. And then now we have seen 43 from 53 deliveries. So she has gone at different pace. Not in the order in which you'd expect in terms of building an innings. Normally you start slowly and you pick up in the end. So far she started rather quickly and just haven't been able to accelerate as well as they would like. An opportunity, I believe, there if James had taken that one cleanly, but in the end, a diving effort there from Gilbert. Really putting a prize on a wicket on that occasion, and all's well that ends well for Dominica as they move up to 98 for 4 into over number 19.
Happy to see that Dominica is definitely getting a move on here and trying to get a score around 110, 115. As I said, somewhere in the region of 110, 120, Dominica seems to be okay with that. Would it be a challenging score for St. Lucia? We'll find out when they turn to bat.
So one again punched down the ground. So one thing we can say so far from Celestine is that she has found the middle of the bat to some extent, but she just doesn't have the power of some of the other players that we have seen on show throughout this tournament. Hence, the fact that she has not been able to clear the boundary, whether on the ground or over the fielder's head. It's the end of the 19th over, it is. No, 1 delivery remaining. Gilbert, I'm sure she'll be harnessing thoughts of getting the strike. She's on 44. And she's punching this one down the ground. Well timed. I think she'll get 4. We mentioned she wanted 1, but when you can play shots like that, it's really begs you to wonder, where was this effort earlier on, maybe 2 or 3 overs ago?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, that they will definitely get a move on from the 18th over. Dominica does just that. Ross, 4 overs, 2 for 29. Gilbert, 48 from 55, and a 2 for horse half century. With her is a Celestine, a 3 from 6. And as you said earlier on, Osnet, that she does not have that kind of power to cross the line, but I do believe in this over, she will definitely get that boundary she'll be looking for.
It's going to be difficult, especially against James. Into a final over, figures of 1 for 5. So hasn't given anything away, but quite miserly. Gilbert, 48 from 55 deliveries. It's been a good knock. She has held the innings together, considering the loss of those 2 early wickets. But I'm sure she'll be, as this one is punched to mid-off, a chance for a run out, I think. And Zeta misses it again. So, bit of sloppiness creeping into the St. Lucian game. A comedy of errors, really. Initially, both batters a bit reluctant to come for the single. I think it was always going to be a single attempted because of the fact that Gilbert needs to be on strike. So Celestine there, I think, really didn't anticipate that. But in the end, Gilbert is on strike, 104 for 4, facing up to James. This one is a good delivery. Bit of bounce. That's something you would associate with Zeta. That one just bouncing a bit. Defeating the batter there. I think she should be swinging for the fences. She's not. She's looking to punch that one through the offside. The offside field is up in the circle, so I think it's a good option. Just a matter of perhaps trying to hit it a bit too square. All three fielders on the leg side. So it's an interesting field as well. And that is not an action replay, ladies and gentlemen. That's the fourth delivery of the over. So 3 dot deliveries in a row. Just too many of those periods where you've had those dot deliveries coming into play for the Dominicans. Zeta James into a final over, 1 for 6. Brilliant spell. She's using her feet and hitting this one down too long on. Not with any sort of power and conviction, but a bit of sloppiness again from the St. Lucia fielder. Allowing her the opportunity there, Gilbert, to come back for a second. And she completes a well-played 50 in the end. 50 from 59 deliveries. I'm sure she'll be quite pleased, and her teammates applauding the effort.
Well, pleased there is the entire Dominican dugout, as you see there, because with her innings alone, 50 from 106, it's very, very important now.
Almost 50% of the runs. Swinging again. Well, she's missing this one, the wicket keeper. A chance for a run out. She'll have to root up the stump, and that she does. Umpire Abbott, I think, is signaling not out. So I think a single to end proceedings in what has been an interesting sort of innings, really, for the Dominicans. Lost their two leading players by way of batters earlier on. Then we had that big partnership between St. John and Gilbert. And just when you thought that they were looking for some sort of acceleration, that acceleration really never came by way of the players to follow. And in the end, they had to settle somewhere in a subpar sort of region, 107 for 4. It's not the most imposing total, but as they say, runs on the board.
Well, it's important to see how the St. Lucians come out when their time to bat, how they're going to go at this target. It could be definitely a tricky target as well. And we know both teams. We saw them play before. So we are hoping that St. Lucia doesn't get that slide that as previous game when they play against St. Vincent, where they have an opening partnership of 60 and then they fell away from there.
So what we'll do now, we'll take a short break, but we'll be back in just around 10 minutes time with live action of the chase from the St. Lucians.
All right, good day and welcome back to action here in the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship 2026. Dominica versus St. Lucia. Dominica women batting first, making 107 for 4 of the 20 overs. Unbeaten half century from Amaya Gilbert. I believe to be her first half century at this level. And St. Lucia will lead 108 from 20 overs. The two openers are out there. Ashley Edward and Captain Zeta James. Opening the bowling for Dominica, as usual, will be Jeannie Valmon. We welcome you back to Arnos Vale here in St.Vincent and the Grenadines. Wonderful weather for cricket. Great time of the year to play cricket as well. Nice and cool. Not much threat of rain. And having said that, now you might come back on Friday and then see this rain out. But it will be unusual for this time of the year for sure. So umpires just waiting to get things started. Just about 4 p.m. local time. As I say, good afternoon as well to my co-commentator, Keswick. Good afternoon, Keswick.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Mr. Crookshank. There was a bit of excitement early in the comebox after Gilbert getting a half century.
This one is short down the leg side. Doesn't get onto it, Edward, which is strange because she usually gets onto the pull and the cut shot.
Yeah, and the reason for that excitement, as I mentioned earlier about Gilbert, is the fact that she played through the innings, getting a half century. Played well for Dominica.
Well, not yesterday, on Monday in the last game, she made 7 of 25 deliveries, I think. So she really struggled. So for her to come back today and make a half century, I think that she'll be over the moon.
Yeah, shows a little bit of a strength today. Being able to hit the ball down the ground. In the last game, we didn't really see that. Wide delivery, we didn't see that in the last game, Alanson. Everything that was bowled on a stump, it was sort of a block, not being able to hit the ball down the ground. But today we saw that, and it's good to see her hitting down the ground nicely, putting her team in a really good position.
Perhaps it was a bit of nerves. Maybe it was her first game at this level. Just a bit of nerves. That can happen as Edward gets this one now. Should be just a single. Lobs over the infield.
Yeah, something that's very nice for St. Lucia is a starting pair. Usually back pretty well to the power play phase of the game. First power play, that is, but it's always a struggle in the middle because none of these top order batters really carry on batting through the middle. For the entire tournament, they start well, but always losing their skipper in Zeta James. We always mention that she's a talented player, hits the ball nicely to the offside, but something that is really lacking is strength, not being able to clear the infield, always hitting it in the air to a fielder, short, especially on the circle.
I think one way she could work on that is to model and fashion her game to hit the ball on the ground. She does have enough shots and enough class to then just pick conventional shots along the ground and find the gaps, especially in the power play.
Yeah, with only 2 fielders outside as well.
Just like that.
Yeah, what I think she usually is try to maximize the power play, and that kind of puts her behind the 8 ball because she's not really packed with the strength. But if she can hit the ball on the ground like that, then she would be safe because I think she have every shot in her armory. Yeah, down on one leg, sweeping it nicely behind square.
Yeah, very diminutive player. Probably about 5 feet 1 inch or thereabouts, or even shorter than that, probably around 4'11". So her low center of gravity.
Don't worry, I'll get you a measuring tape after, Alanson. This is something that we definitely have to do before the tournament is over. Because I think the spectators want to know what is her height.
Yeah, some diminutive players in the competition for sure. Another wide. So struggling here is Valmont. She has already bowled 4 wides in this over. Really struggling just to get through this first over.
Yeah, something that I've been plaguing this tournament. And I think it is something that the coaches really need to look into. Just remember, right after this tournament is the West Indies Women T20 tournament. The end of the over there is 9 without loss. But you also have to remember that these players are going into a tournament next week. You never know, it might be these same bowlers. It could be Valmont. So you don't want to go into a tournament next week, which is a higher standard, giving away so much extras. Yeah, so it's something I think that these coaches need to really look into, with the amount of extras that has been bowled throughout this tournament.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Especially from the spinners. I don't think it's really excusable just to be trotting through in some cases and just bowling so many wides. Should have better control over line and length as a slow bowler, especially if you're a finger spinner. Turn to the field at square leg. Looks like Elwa. It's on the run taken. The new bowler is Edith Gasper. The Gaspers have bowled 8 overs in all games so far. Edith Gasper and Jennifer Gasper. I wonder if they're sisters.
Yeah, definitely.
They will have some similarities in terms of what we're seeing from this distance away.
I was trying to find out if the Paul from Grenada and our director downstairs, Paul, have any sort of connection. A lot of things we have to find out before this tournament is over, Alanson. Starting with the height of Zeta. Definitely one of those players that we would see on show next week for the Windward Island team.
She did bowl a very good spell today. 4 overs for less than 10 runs.
Yeah, cutting nicely in front point. You can just get that back. It's a good shot. St. John had no chance in getting there. Good shot by Zeta to open her account to the boundary.
Yeah, this is more of what she needs to do. And I would say not just in these tournaments here, but when she plays at the higher level as well, I think she probably gets carried away with what everybody else is doing. Because, I mean, everybody is looking to be funky and to play another shot. But your strength is to be technically correct. Hit the ball on the ground. Look for gaps. You'll make a lot of runs still.
Just employing another feel on the offside. So there's now 5 fielders on the offside. And hitting that one nicely down to mid-off. Easy single. There's now a third man, a point, cover, extra cover. And mid-off. There's a change in field now. The right-hander is on strike in Edwards. Both batters usually give a good start for St. Lucia. Yeah, short. Pulling away from that one. And it's something that I've been seeing with players. Apart from a Janelia Glasgow who gets into the ball and cut the ball. Most of these players sort of pull away and cut the ball.
It's a shot that has brought a lot of runs so far in the tournament, Edward. Cut shot. As the over came to an end there, 15 without loss after 2. Ginny Valmont to continue. 2 fielders out at deep mid wicket and a long on for James. Another wide for Valmont. So she really is struggling with her line.
Yeah, the extras keep piling up in this tournament. Just adding another thing that I have to check before this tournament is over, or before the finals, is the amount of extras that have been bowled. But really good shot over extra cover. Spank, no chance. Well, she's dealing in boundaries here, Allenson. Yeah, this time getting to the pitch, good access to the ball, hitting it over extra cover, making sure that she get it over the fielders at cover and extra cover. Yeah, skipper changing the field a bit now, asking for a sweep.
Yeah, very decisive in that shot. I think sometimes she has gotten herself caught between and betwixt, and has been out caught in the ring.
Yeah, what I like about that shot a while ago is the fact that she got closer to the ball. She didn't pull herself away this time, getting closer to the ball to hit it over offside. Yeah, cutting and cutting again. Between the gap though. Between the fielder at point and just in front of cover. That fielder, I think it's Gilbert. So she's batting well. Usually start well, but always give her wicket away. So this is something that she need to focus on. Understanding what's her strength, as you mentioned earlier, Cruikshank.
This one is in the gap. Should be cut off by the fielder on the boundary. St. John, she keeps it down to 2.
Yeah, that's one thing. You can't give her wit. You cannot give Edwards wit. Likes wit on the ball. She likes to cut the ball. If you look at her wagon wheel, it's mainly from cover down to third man. So she's a player that opens the face a lot. If you keep it there, then you'll be a bit safer. You will kind of restrict her scoring. But giving her wit is asking her to free her hands, and this is what she wants. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's her area of strength, as you mentioned. Should get 2 again. So the cut shot, or most productive shot by far.
A lot of things that I see that can make this tournament better in terms of the quality. It's the bowling. We could start there because of the amount of extras. Yeah, hitting through mid-wicket. This could find a gap. Fielders doing chase. It would not get to the boundary, but it should be an easy 2. That is also another thing again that we can work on, is getting these batters to use their top hand a bit more, hitting the ball to the offside instead of hitting it to the leg side. So it's more of a tug to the leg side because they use their bottom hand so often than not that they hit the ball always to the leg side. It's the end of the over though. The score is 28 without loss.
.28 without loss, going at 9.33 and over. Not a challenging run rate required. Only 80 more runs they need in 102 deliveries. And you would think that if these two bat for much longer, that the game could be over pretty quickly. So Dominica would want to take a few wickets to get in to the middle order as soon as possible.
Again. It's like lightning is striking in the same area over and over for Zeta James. Hitting the ball again to a fielder on the circle. Straight to mid-off. It is something that we are seeing over and over last year for the Windward Islands. This year for St. Lucia. Probably the second time this series that she's hitting the ball in the air to a fielder at extra cover or mid-off. But she's gone now. Dominica is in the wickets. First wicket for Dominica.
Yeah, I think it would have solved a lot better just to hit the ball on the ground. And if she didn't find the gap, then you would get a dot ball. But if you find the gap, you'll get 4. But she seems to have... I'm not too sure if it's an intentional thing that she wants to hit the ball in the air, or if she's just early into a lot of these shots. But she has hit the ball in the air quite often. Even this very short inning, some of those cut shots were quite uppish, although they found the gap. So once you keep hitting the ball so around head height, chest height, catchable height, it means that once you stray in your terms of your placement, then you'll be gone.
Yeah, not looking good for her. Definitely she's unhappy. But she has herself to blame, because if you're a player, you must understand what you're good at and where you can hit the ball. Don't want to call her name too much, because she do play for Leewards now. Kiana Joseph is someone that she's packed with that power, so she can pierce the infield. She can hit the ball over the infield as well. Zeta James is one of those touch players. She hits the ball on the ground nicely. She finds the gap. She's one of those few players in this tournament that can use her top hand really nicely, so she can control the ball on the ground. Still don't understand why she looks to go in the air. Every time she tried to go in the air, Alan, so she get caught at cover, extra cover, or mid-off. And she's still hitting the ball in those areas. Always gifting her wicket away. Every time she looks good. Even when she scored 15, she looks good.
So disappointment for those who are looking at the bigger picture in terms of Windward Islands and West Indies cricket. But I'm sure the Dominicans will be glad to see the back of James. So another wicket there for Gasper. Edith Gasper this time, not Jennifer. So Edith continues. She has bowled well in the tournament. Good figures in most of the games. And to replace the skipper James, the vice captain Marslin has come to the wicket. Namaya Marslin.
For some players, this tournament is all about working as hard as possible to get into the Windward Island team. For some players, it's about getting what I need to get out of this tournament to get me ready for that West Indies female championship. Certain level, and Zeta is at that level now where she just needs to get what she needs to get out of this tournament to get ready for the West Indies tournament. Someone like a Chanel Mackie who is looking to get into the Windward Island team, she have to work as hard as possible. Not saying that Zeta James is a show pick on the Windwards team, but she's a West Indies player. So that in itself is putting her level above everyone else. Herself, Afi Fletcher, also Glasgow, Janelia Glasgow from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So those 3 players are already in the West Indies team. So making the Windwards team, it's a no-brainer for anyone who's watching, for us here in the combox. Score is still 28-1.
St. John, the new bowler, leg spin. Oh, and this is in the air. Shoot. Oh.
Feelers are too deep on the circle. Allenson should have been a wicket. First delivery for her.
And you mentioned going across the line, and that was Edward going across the line to the leg spinner. Really should be hitting that delivery through the offside with the turn.
Yeah, and there you have it. If the delivery is not on the fourth or fifth stump for these players, they are not looking to hit it through the offside. It has to be out there for them to look to hit it. Yeah, good flight straight to the fielder at short. Well, it's sealing it off. It could be a run out. Missing again. Straight to the hands of Abini. Yeah, giving that one a lot of air, Cruikshank.
So it was dropped by George, it looks like at mid-on.
Yeah, Marcelin only could have found George there at mid-on. It was more so like silly mid-on, I would say. And then there was a chance for a run out, but it was missed.
Dominica, they have to take all the wickets that they can in order to stay in this game. It's not a large total, so they don't have a lot to play with. So when these opportunities come, they really need to make the best use of them if they are to win this game.
This time down the leg side, trying to sweep that one, Edward. Didn't get any bat onto it. Should be two, but guess they're happy with the single.
Marceline was almost caught off one of those previous deliveries. She's a player, she doesn't have much strength. So she was looking to force that ball through mid-on. It didn't get very far. She's another one who really should try to concentrate on hitting the ball on the turf.
Again, down on one knee, trying to sweep. It's Namia Marcelin. Yeah, getting through for two, easy. Yeah, they're stealing extra runs here from the Dominica fielding team. A little bit slacking the field is Dominica. They need to tidy up a bit if they have any chance to win this game.
Yeah, I was asked earlier today by Osnet Cato what has gone wrong for Dominica and St. Lucia. I didn't mention the feeling for Dominica as well. That has been an era that has plagued them.
Yeah, big area of concern.
This one is slug swept by Edward, but straight to the field at deep mid wicket. One taken. That's the end of over number 5. At the end of 5 overs, St. Lucia women chasing a target of 108. They are 36 for 1.
St. Lucia usually starts well, but somewhere along the line, it always seems to collapse. This is not going to help them to win games, Alanson. They need to find a way to get out of the power play without losing any wickets.
So single to Edward. Flighted delivery from Gasper, but this time it's Jennifer Gasper, not Edith. Yeah, you're talking about the St. Lucia batting order. I'll get back to that shortly. I think the only way that is going to happen is if they take the responsibility that you have seen taken from the top order players for Grenada and St. Vincent. So you have seen that Glasgow, at times, she has held back a bit just to make sure that she bats deep. Fletcher has done the same thing. We saw it from Gilbert today. Playing within yourself until you get to the end of the innings so that you make sure that you're there deep so that you can have an impact on those last 5 overs. We saw it as well in the first game today that Grenada won from the vice captain, Noel. She made sure that she stayed through the innings and at the end accelerated. So then that is what I think is required from the likes of Edward and Zeta James for St. Lucia.
Yeah, you're not really getting that from them. If you realize most of the teams that are playing here in this tournament, short batting lineup. Haven't really seen anyone. Just finding the edge there is Edward. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Should be an easy 2. Haven't seen any team with any batter of some quality in the middle. As soon as you pass that 4th batter, 5th batter in every team, it is somewhat like I'm in the tail already. Cutting is Edwards. She loves to cut. Finding the gap between extra cover and cover. Easy 4 runs for Edward.
Yeah, that one Gasper just erring a bit in her length and her line, just giving her too much width. She usually doesn't need that amount of width, but on that occasion she got a lot. And she dined out on it. 4 easy runs in the end for Edward. At the end of 6 overs and the power play, St. Lucia women, they are 44 for 1. So they need another 64 from 84 balls. While Dominica need to either take 9 wickets or restrict them to scoring less than those 64 runs in the remaining deliveries. Slight pause in the game, not too sure why. Okay, seems as if one of the players have gone off. Maybe for some treatment, so the substitute is on. Something that we have seen has been quite slow in the tournament is the over rates. Even among the teams that are bowling a lot of slow bowlers. So that's something, again, that can be worked on. The games have taken a long time to complete. Sometimes close to 4 hours for 2020.
Yeah, slow over rate. We have a lot of new players into the teams this year, so sort of a learning process for a lot of these females. Some of them coming up from the under 19 level. So you know that transition is always hard to stick. Takes time. Yeah, this looks close. This looks close. Is it? She's bold.
Yes, came off the pad onto the stump.
Yeah, I was thinking for a moment it may look like LBW, but ricochet. Because I was wondering, after the appeal, the umpire head went down, but it was bold. Yeah, losing another wicket here, St. Lucia. Yeah, pulling away that back leg. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these females, they're not really getting into the ball. There's no way that should have hit the back leg and going on to the off stump. But jubilation for Dominica female team.
Yes, looking at Marceline and that dismissal and Valman's operation. Valman was effective in the first game because she bowled a lot like what she just did. Between wicket and wicket, she has been struggling a bit with wides in this game. But if she's able to maintain that wicket-to-wicket line, she will cause some trouble. As we have Crafton coming to the crease. Crafton as well will think that she has left a lot of runs out on the park in the tournament. Hasn't really set the tournament alight with bat. And we know of her ability. So can she live up to that potential today? Valmont continues to craft on. The drive nicely taken by the keeper Fontaine. So settling into a better line and length now, Valmont, after struggling a bit with wides in her first couple of overs.
Yeah, the wides is plaguing this tournament. I would continue to say it. Over 70 wides or so in this tournament. Almost every over that's been bowled here in this tournament, there's a possibility there may be a wide in it. Yeah, well bowled, just playing around the line of the fold. Stump is Valmont.
So at the end of 7 overs, it's 44 for 2. So wicket maiden there for Ginny Valmont as she dismissed Marceline in that over. So not conceding a run, getting a first wicket in this innings.
Well, the way things are looking now, I'm taking this a bit too early to say, but seems like almost every game here is coming down to be a close encounter.
Which is good entertainment for the spectators, but it also says that the quality is not shining through, because in some cases when you have an easy win, it should look easy.
Yeah, and it's always that middle phase of the game when batters seems to can't really get the ball off the square because the heavy lifting of the batting orders are at the top. Afi Fletcher for Grenada, Glasgow for St.Vincent, Fontaine for Dominica, Edwards or Zeta James for St. Lucia. These players look to maximize the power play. Yeah, punching nicely. Good work. Really good work from Valmont. She has to walk. Good bit of feeling. Janty Rose would be happy.
Often just hit you. Essentially, you hit the ball straight to the field and run.
Good on the arm throw.
Giving it away because it didn't even need a powerful throw. That's an underarm flick. So it's almost as if you're just saying, well, I think I need to run this one. I just run. I mean, it was straight to the fielder. No need for that, especially from a player of Crafton's ability and caliber. Really just giving it away very soft in the end, but good feeling from Valmont.
Yeah, Valmont is all around it. Yeah, good work from her. Crafton just continue the walk of shame. She's gone. Dominica is in the wickets again. That's their third wicket here. I mentioned this can be a close encounter because this is the period now. Yeah. This is the period now, Alanson, where the batter who is in, which is Edward, she's always in this position. And every time she loses a batter, she always seems like it's a reset button. She's starting over. Cutting this time just in front of point.
There she goes with a cut shot again. Well played, but there's cover out there. Yeah, so the pressure is really on her now as Philip comes to join her. As a set batter, she has to really take the mantle to take her team all the way to victory. While the others give her that support that she needs. A big wicket of Craft and they run out. Show Dominica now they're very happy with their position in this game. And things are just about level, I would say. Based on where we are now, probably slightly in favor of St. Lucia, with Edwards still there. But that run out was huge.
Yeah, not needed. Yeah, there was no reason to try to get a quick run. Valman was standing there at silly mid-off. It was a punch to her, and she's very close to the square, so the ball will get to her a bit faster. So these are things that these females have to understand. Balls on the square would be a bit faster. It will travel a bit faster to the fielder. And she was standing just outside the square. So it got to her quicker. It was a good pickup as well, Alanson.
It's got low to her left. Flicked it on the arm back to the stumps. Direct hit as well.
Again, short, wide, cutting is Edward. And this is something I think that she should be she should have a talk about it, is her running. Always just looks for one. She's never trying to get two.
Yeah, she also turned blind a while ago. She was not facing where the fielder was, so wouldn't have had any idea if there was an opportunity for two. As Philip will be on strike now to Jennifer Gasper.
Yeah, these females like a bit of wit. Cutting it just in front of point. Would they get two? Yes, easy two.
So the end of the 8th over, we're not just about, well, exactly 6 runs and over. St. Lucia women, they are 48 for 3. They need 60 runs from 72 balls if they are to win this game against Dominica women. Eye down the leg side, not taken cleanly by wicket keeper Fontaine. Should only be one. They're coming back for two. Safe in the end, not a strong throw from the fielder. Let's wait on the signal. Wide from umpire Ned. Umpire Ned standing at the wicket, and umpire Maria Abbott at point. I was about to say square leg, but she's actually at point. Probably just avoiding the glare of the sun on the other side of the wicket. Another dot delivery there to Valman. So after very expensive first 2 overs, going for 22, she has recovered well. Again, that cut shot to Edward. I think she sleeps, eats, and dreams that cut shot.
Yeah, it's as if she's waking up playing the cut shot. But what is surprising is that a lot of bowlers haven't read her as yet in terms of the line that you bowl to her. As soon as you're on the stump, seems like she can't even offer a shot.
Yeah, she just blocks it.
Yeah, she just blocks it. And is it that these females haven't read it as yet? These coaches haven't read it as yet? Or it's all up to control when it comes to the bowlers? Yeah, this looks close. This looks close. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Valmont is all around the St. Lucians now. Doing a fine job, Alanson. Yeah.
It's too deep in the crease there. Should be touching leg stump at some point, that delivery. And again, what we said about Valmont is that if she could adjust and not bowl those wides, we saw from her that she's very effective when she's bowling wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit her, and then you're going to be LBW or bowled.
Yeah, that's really a nothing shot there. Got to do better than that at this level.
Philip very uncertain, neither back nor forward, just prodding there. And once that struck the back leg so close to the stump, really there was no choice but for umpire Kadir Ned to raise the dreaded finger. So 54 for 4 now. St. Lucia in some trouble. Dominica, with each passing over, is working their way back into this game.
Yeah, Dominica looking like the better team at present.
So the new batter coming to the crease, replace Philip. It's pulling away. Good stop by the fielder down at lawn. You believe the new batter is James, Alicia James. Yes, Alicia James. Not a bad start from her. Pulling that one down to long on. Sends the fielder back down to long on, who was at mid on earlier. Looking to pull again. It's a loud appeal. And Valmont is in it again, in the business. Why? Because she's bowling wicket to wicket. You miss and I hit, and that is exactly what has happened. Yes, that is right in front.
Yeah. The St. Lucians right now is looking down the bottom of the barrel here. Yeah, she's just bowling wicket to wicket. Smart bowling, and it's something that we have mentioned here in the commentary booth. Every time you bowl wicket to wicket, they're not offering a shot, especially the middle order of this tournament. Not just St. Lucia, not just Dominica. Every single team that play in this tournament, the middle order haven't been offering a lot, especially when the ball is on stump. And if a team finds that out right now, going into the final day, then we'll see a completely different set of cricket on the last day of this tournament. Valmont picking up 3 wickets for 28 after the first set of overs that she bowled with a very good run out as well, Alanson.
Yes, she is putting her hand up for a good performance in this game. Probably as player of the match. Who knows what is to come in this game in the next few overs. But so far, she has really brought her team back into it. The run out, 3 wickets. So responsible for 4 out of the 5 wickets that have fallen so far. New batter is Cherry, Nisha Cherry.
Bowls her off spin. There you see it again, folks. A ball that is challenging the stump, Alanson, is always going to create some problems for Ashleen Edward. From the start of the tournament, you give her weight, she's going to spank you. Looking for room again. She's trying to get that room to hit the ball through the offside. Good delivery from Jennifer Gasper, coming in and giving herself a bit too much room this time.
And look at the celebrations there from the Dominicans. Yes, that one coming in nice off break. Look at the celebration from Gaspar. Looking up to the heavens. So that's another wicket for her. Actually, that's her first wicket. 1 for 14 out of 2.3. And really, St. Lucia now looking down, staring down the barrel. Dominica, they are right in front in this game as we take a short break for drinks. And we'll be back with you very shortly.
Yes, so we're back here after a short drinks break. Jennifer Gaspar taking the wicket of another St. Lucian, which brings Alexander to the crease. Yeah, St. Lucia, things are not looking to cherry for them, I would say. They have to do better if they need to win this game, but the challenge is always trying to remove the ball. Is it another wicket? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Jennifer Gaspar in the wicket again. St. Lucia is gasping for air. Yeah, St. Lucia is not looking too good. Another wicket goes. Alexander trying to give herself room again. And this is the problem over the tournament. Everything that is really bold on the stump, the middle order always look to try to give themselves room to go over mid-wicket. No one is looking to use their front arm to play it down the ground for one. It's either a slug or a block. Something that the coaches need to really look into when it comes to these players. This brings Selena Ross to the crease on the 19 player. Yeah, going back on the back foot. That one just passing the outside edge. The end of the over. 2 wickets in that over for Jennifer Gaspar. St. Lucia 56 for 7. And it's the other sister, Gasper, from the other end. Ardit Gasper. So the score is 56 for 7 now. Yeah, as long as you keep it there, you should be safe. Things are looking really good for Dominica. This is not the best of tournament for St. Lucia. These females really have some work to do. Hitting that one down the ground is Nisha Cherry. Both batter at the crease now. Did play for the Windward Island team last year. So they have some understanding of what is required. Another wide delivery. It's not out of reach. Both batters can stick it out and bring this home for St. Lucia. It would be a steep hill to climb. But it's really not out of reach here for St. Lucia. Yeah, and the spin is really working. Think it's the... Yeah, that one just passing the outside edge again. Yeah, it's the end of the over though. It's 57 for 7. Just 9 overs to go. 51 runs to get. Jennifer Gasper, the chief destroyer, herself and Valmont, flighting it nicely, passing the outside edge again. So this is something that I realized that the females are doing. They're flighting the ball really high, asking batters to advance, but a lot of the batters, they're not really moving from their crease. Yeah, that is not going to help Ross.
Well, they do need 5.88 runs per over. It's not too terrible an asking, but at 57 for 7. Really see how they're going to achieve that.
Not sure what Gilbert is, what position she's at there, but I'm not sure if it's... I'm not sure. Look like she's trying to employ a first slip, but the keeper is standing so wide.
It's almost like a short gully.
That's what I'm thinking. And these dots are not going to help St. Lucia team. Any comments? I'm not sure what that shot is. It probably would have been the first time I'm seeing that shot on a cricket field. But it's a dot ball. A dot to finish. Score is 57 for 7.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure what I could say. I think she lost forwards there with that shot. But yeah, I think she was looking to go through the onside and slipped. Ended up in a very awkward position trying to get that one through the onside. Ross. But really, you know, the writing is on the wall here for St. Lucia and Dominica. On the back of, I think, an extremely mature partnership between Amaya Gilbert and Abini St. Jean. They have found themselves in an extremely good position in this game.
Yeah, they played pretty well. The fact that Gilbert back through the innings and get herself a half century. Yeah, that's the problem there, Alan. So anything going down on the line of the middle stump or the off stump, it is somewhat like they're blocking it, not trying to get a single.
I think that's something that Gasper has recognized. Looking at her figures, she has both 3.2 overs, 1 for 7, going at just over 2 runs per over.
Should the shots have been offered anything outside the line of the off stump, but nothing is offered when it's on the line of the stump. And this is something that they need to work on. They are going to meet better bowler at the next level. What are you going to do when those bowlers maintain that line and they're consistent on the line of the stump? Both batters are Windward Island players. So they have to find a way to score off deliveries on the stump. Yeah, this one is flighted. Hit over mid-on. Yeah, would get 2 easily. Good returns here from Adit Gasper. Just 9 runs off her 3.5 overs. Just 1 delivery to go. As I mentioned, St. Lucia is not out of it. It's a steep hill to climb. Yeah, full toss again into a shoe, hitting it back straight to Gasper. Really good spell. That's a 4 overs, 1 for 9. That's the end of the over, 59 for 7.
Excellent work here by Edith Gasper. She maintained a slow pace and also mainly bowled wicket to wicket with generous flight. As you mentioned, not many of the batters are willing to advance down the track in order to get close to the pitch and hit down the ground. And once you're not willing to do that, then it's too far away from you for you to play those cross-batted shots. And also not full enough for you to go down the ground without leaving the crease. So then it restricts their scoring greatly. Gilbert will come into the attack now. Well, after she scored that 50 not out, I think that it will be the icing on the cake here for her and for her teammates if she maybe can prize out a couple of wickets quickly. So bowling. First one was very short.
Well, one thing already I like about her is her approach to the crease. Stands pretty tall. Whenever she's delivering the ball, which is good. Her approach looks good as an off spinner. Yeah, deliver as well at the highest point. And she bowls at good pace as well. If she bowls these deliveries on stump, she may cause some problem. Yeah, really good work. Really good work. Just going across her. Yeah, she really do have some talent. I like what I'm seeing from Gilbert. Pretty young as well. Just out of under 19. Yeah, this is nice. This is good from Gilbert. Just think that she just needs to flight it a bit more. Don't bowl it too fast. But what I'm seeing here, her approach to the crease. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice, Alanson. This is nice for what you're seeing from a youngster. Maiden to start.
It's very good maiden there from Gilbert. Not too sure what Ross and Cherry, what their approach will be from here on. It just seems as if they're just batting out the overs. Not too sure they're not trying to go after the runs. They're leaving a lot of deliveries alone. I don't know if they're just taking a glorified net, but it will be I think it would better serve their development if they actually try to see if they can find a way to make the runs. At this stage, I don't think anyone is expecting them to win, so it's not that they're losing anything based on the position that the team is in, but it would help you as an individual player to try to find a way to get the remaining runs that are there.
Well, the truth is, Alanson, both being Windward Island players. Yeah, this one is spanked through mid-wicket, straight out to Vale. She's looking like that player now in the field that you don't want to run to. Ever since that run out and then that 3 wickets, she looks a good player in the outfield. She has a good number on her back as well. Number 19, that is. Oh, that one spin. It did spin. Is it out? Yes, it is. First wicket for St. John.
Prodigious turn on that one, I would say. Nice action, high action, a lot of energy in her action, coming back in nicely, and that's dead. That's hitting middle stump in the middle of the middle stump.
Yeah, the closest thing to Afi Fletcher that we have here in the Windward Island.
Look at the appeal as well. Almost like Abdul Kadir. You can't say not out to that appeal.
Yeah, you have to send it. If you don't, as an umpire, you'll be crying at her now. Really good approach to the crease. I like what I'm seeing here from Abini as a leg spinner. Also Gilbert as an off spinner.
See if the ball may actually have even hit the stump as well after it struck her leg.
Yeah.
So
You just turn as you mentioned. This is good. I like what I'm seeing. And she's very tall at the crease as well. She's not really falling away. It's St. John. Yeah, that's nice. Coming back from a knee injury. Was here a couple of months ago last year. Doing some work on her knee. Worked with the physio for Windwards for a while. Not sure what that one is, but probably a commentary curse. I'm not sure. Commentator curse? You think, Alanson?
Well, it's a wide for sure. That's the aspect of her bowling that she has to work on, the consistency. She does have the raw ability in terms of the action and the turn and the bounce.
Yeah, going down the ground again. Will not reach far. Just a single. This is 2 good players that I'm seeing for Dominica. Well, it's more than 2 because Gilbert start to get into her own. St. John, the captain in Fontaine. Oh, really good. Really good. Is that a good? I want to see that again.
Replay. I was going to say I wanted to see that replay to see if she has that in her armory. See if it's out of the back of the hand.
Oh, yes, it is. Really nice.
Yes,
really nice.
This
is the closest thing that we have to Afi Fletcher in the Caribbean.
Seems as if she was hearing us. She's now putting on a show.
I do not want to be out there right now, Alanson, because I probably want to pick it. This is what this tournament is made of. A flighted delivery, missing everything. It's cherry. That definitely was a cherry. They're looking for 2. What is going on down there? Yeah, easy 2.
2 buys. I think she was deceived there. She saw it coming full, but it really dipped quickly. Went under the bat at the end of the 15th over. Just wait for the score. It's 64, is it?
Yeah, Dominica
64 for 8.
Dominica always find a way to bring excitement to the game. So I'm not saying much, but what I'm seeing here from Gilbert and Abini St. John, who also played a part with the bat earlier, not thinking that they're going to get these runs off these bowlers.
Of hesitation in the running. Brings Joseph into strike. Actually, Cherry into strike. Oh, almost that off spinner's dream between bat and pad. As he looking to drive as a right-hander.
And she's going through her overs pretty quick. It's Amaya Gilbert. Yeah, flighted delivery straight to the field of St. John. Doing the trick. Easy catch for her. So Gilbert and St. John working together just like they did with the bat, knowing the field with the ball. Easy catch for St. John. Another wicket for St. Lucia. Cherry have to go. She's gone.
Yes, and looking at the flight that you saw on that delivery and the turn that she's getting, that was a very good delivery. Just catching the inner portion of the bat with the turn. She's looking to go over the offside. And that inside half there, taking the ball, tugging it now to mid-wicket. So 9 wickets down now for St. Lucia. We're just waiting really on the death knell here to call this. But we will safely say that St. Lucia is going to find themselves on the wrong end of this result. And that Dominica are going to be victorious in this game. I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say that at this point with 1 wicket in hand. But you never know. Stranger things have happened in cricket. Like Tino Best making 90 odd at number 11. Test match at that.
If Tino ever hear you say that, he'll be so upset because Tino think he's a batter.
Well, there's a reason why he's batting at 11.
Somebody have to bat at 11, Alanson. Are you saying something about me? Are you trying to say something tricky?
Of course, somebody has to bat at 11, but you never heard Brian Lara batting at 11. So
I saw that a couple times. He was sick. Saw She-Hope batting at number 10 the other day.
Antoine is a new batter. Very slender figure of Antoine. It'll be interesting to find out how old she is. Looks like she's a junior. And that's the end of the game. That's another wicket for Gilbert. And that's St. Lucia women all out for 65. They were in pursuit of 108 runs for victory. And they have been dismissed for 65. Extremely good work by Gilbert and also by Gilbert and by Abini St. John. All-round performances by both of them. Bowl well, and with that match-winning partnership between the two of them. And that is how we end here on the 3rd day of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship in 2026. At the end of the 3 rounds, we have Grenada going unbeaten, St. Vincent winning 2 games, Dominica winning 1 game, and St. Lucia, unfortunately, not having won a game in the tournament. Tomorrow morning, the tournament continues at 10 a.m. with St. Lucia taking on Dominica once more for 3rd place. And in the grand finale, we have in the final SVG women taking on Grenada women. That's all we have for today. Thank you for joining us. And it's me, Alanson Cruikshank, signing off from Arnos Vale playing field.